Dear participants, dear all, really happy to see you both offline here and online due to a number of reasons. It's a usual start of the meeting every day now that's expressing the hope that this is going to happen this year, but we're hoping for this to be not their feature of our life in the coming years, because in fact it is much better. On the one hand, we're happy for the digital technologies, and we'll now explore how the educational systems benefited from the current stage of development of digital tech. But on the other hand, nothing can in fact substitute personal communication and those coffee breaks and non-official cooperation that we could have, and all their most daring projects actually come from such an unofficial communication that happens at and after their forums. So today we are starting the third final day of our 12th BRICS Academic Forum. For those who are new to this, although I see a lot of familiar faces, our BRICS family, it is a traditional event. It started first time in December 2008, and it was a kind of a not a pretext, but it was a first meeting before offering our leaders to meet next year in Yekaterinburg, so we could see it as a visionary format for us to communicate and to offer bold decisions and bold solutions to the upcoming problems to leaders of the 5 countries. So today at our session, we are discussing the BRICS education agenda. Mostly we are talking about how we would be approaching and preparing our youth for their digital economy, the digital era that we're living in, what type of skills would be needed for such future. Because, for example, 10 years ago, their students would know that at the end of their studies, they would in fact have certain path of life. And this would not be significantly changing for next decade. But today we're living in the world that this is in fact changing within less than 5 years. And it is forecast that in about, I think next decade, about 35% of current jobs are no longer relevant. So we have to prepare the youth that is fit for the future, that is fit for those uncertainties, and that is fit for their current stage of technological development. And that said, we've managed to gather here a really brilliant set of speakers who would be discussing this issue from different angles and offering solutions that are already in place. But not only, we're looking into proposals for the future as well, something that has not been done yet, or otherwise, if your institution or your associations or your entities are doing something that you think could be a good practice and could be a good exchange with our BRICS colleagues, friends, and maybe establishing new partnerships would be another outcome of this session. So without further ado, I would like to start and to give the word to our speakers. Please try to keep within 10-minute limit. And the first speaker is Dr. Irina Karilina, who is a Senior Director for Strategic Planning of the National Research University of High School of Economics and Executive Director of Association of Global Universities. And this is the biggest and I think most advanced association of the universities that were part of the 5 Top 100 project, the project that allowed those universities to enter into their global race for quality education, for not just for high rankings, but for best solutions offered in education for our youth. So, Dr. Karenina, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Victoria. Good afternoon. First of all, let me thank you all for this meeting and for coming here today. Thank you for introducing me. As you see on the screen, our topic today is education export. And as an example, in the case of Russian scholarship project for masters and PhD with name Pandora. If you don't mind, I will continue in Russian and will use helping of translator. Victoria уже сказала, что
Victoria has already said that we represent one of the most interesting associations of the Russian universities. And I will start my presentation, first of all, from several words about that association. In 2013, the Russian education system for the first time launched a project to improve the global competitiveness of the Russian universities. Such projects are quite frequent in BRICS nations. India, China, and Brazil are implementing such projects. In 2013, when we faced the necessity to pull together the efforts of our universities in this race for global education, we agreed to set up such an association. Since then, 7 years have passed, and our association is doing several projects. One of them I will give in every detail. You may find more about our projects visiting our website, od.globaluni.ru, to find out what other projects we have. So what the Russian scholarship project Open Doors is about. As we all know, all the countries are interested in talented applicants, and all the universities are seeking talents. Along with the colleagues, we asked a question. Do we want to find unique genius who would be getting Nobel Prizes awards only, or we're interested in motivated and very much interested students who with pleasure would discover something new, and when discovering this new, would create the future? We decided that it is very important for us to find these motivated and those non-indifferent people. We looked at the market in terms of supply and demand, BA, MA programs, and post-graduation programs. Mostly, all the universities attracted foreign applicants and foreign students at the BA programs. We agreed that along with 21 universities of our association, we are going to offer to the external market, to the foreign market, a project which is called Open Doors. We'll offer scholarships to be paid from the Russian budget for the free education, but at the same time, we will offer only MA projects and programs and post-graduation programs. And this is why our approach would be different from what the market offers. If we look at the statistics, please have a look. Many countries now are interested in attracting the students to their own countries, and they are ready to give out their students. And in the recent years, we see the common trend. First of all, the students are interested in making their professional career comprised of different kinds of experience, including the foreign ones. Our universities are also interested in attracting the students who have international experience, because every new type of experience would allow the university to develop and evolve. Therefore, having analyzed that situation, let me say from the very beginning that this picture is replicated from the World Bank report, and it describes the mobility in 2017. Certainly, the picture has changed ever since. Unfortunately, we do not have any updated version of this model. So what is the case of our Open Doors project? First of all, this contest or competition is aimed at talented foreign students who would like to enroll in master's and postgraduate programs in Russia for free. The project started in November 2017, and now 4 years later, we can draw the first results and share these results with you. Certainly, we would like to promote the Russian education just like any other country. We want our education to be known everywhere, raising public awareness, and we are ready to tell very interesting stories about that. But at the same time, our project has another goal which I'd like to share with you. This is the search for new projects at the international market. And looking at the results of the project, I may say that we have succeeded in that. We are working since 2017, and this is the picture which we have at the moment. Let me suggest to you a very simple statistics which I would like to comment on. What an Open Doors contest is about. Despite the current pandemic, the fact that the students cannot cross the borders to be physically present, our project is launched online. All 4 years, we are communicating to our students using video conferencing and other digital technologies, and only when they're invited by the university to come to Russia, they would come to Russia to study in presentia. The contest consists of 2 stages. First of all, this is about registration and executing a portfolio. A portfolio would consist of several parts, and certainly it would include the professional part. The second stage of the contest is about doing some tasks, and we are actively using proctoring technologies, which amid the pandemic got a special development. But we are using these technologies for several years already, not just starting from March 2020. So the contest actually is held in 2 languages, Russian and English. In the very first year of the contest, we had a lot of representatives who would use Russian language to fill out the documents, and you may see how the picture has changed ever since, and now most of our applicants prefer English. As I said, the grants are extended by the Russian Federation, and therefore the education in the Russian universities is for free. If you see, we offer several areas, several fields for training. We started with 4 fields. At the moment, the Russian universities are ready to offer to the global market 14 fields for training. And I will disclose the statistics a bit later. Also, we changed the number of universities who actually volunteered to participate in that project. All 21 universities, members of our association, are involved in promoting this contest. They're involved in preparing interesting training projects for our applicants. Look at the statistics of registration, for instance. In the first year, only 8,500 people applied for grants from 160 countries. Last year, the contest was over in April 2020, and it showed that 35,500 applicants applied for the grants. And since the 1st of September, we have a new stage of the contest, and within 3 weeks, actually, we got more than 22,000 people. This is the statistics as of 20th of October. In a week's time, this figure is more than 25,000 people. And today, we are operational in now 191 countries out of 200 countries of the world. So there is an increasing interest to the contest, but there are not too many winners. The contest is very tough, the competition is very tough, and therefore we can select the most trained applicants. I think it would be very interesting to discuss the channels which we are using to attract our applicants. So I'm sharing this experience with you with great pleasure because I do believe that the development of the global education is our common goal. As I said before, one of the goals of the contest is seeking target audience and target applicants or students. We see that the advertisement and marketing of the contest plays a big role at the very first stage of that. And usually, actually, this is when the potential students learn about our contest. But once they visit the website of the contest, 30% of the applicants or potential students would stick to that project. And we all the time work with our audience, with our students, even actually if these students flunked the exam or the contest. And if at least they show some interest, then the university would invite them to different events and would offer certain solutions and products which might be interesting for our potential students. You may see that we are engaging in the latest stages, the websites of our universities, social networks, which actually retains the same audience. And by the way, we have about 15,000 potential students subscribed to our social media. Let us have a look at what fields of study are most interesting for the market. This is the picture which we see for 4 years already. And we may note the very fact that the engineering education is increasing in terms of interest to that, but still, there are other fields such as business and management, biology and biotechnologies, computer sciences, and political sciences, international affairs, the fields which always can boast being interested to the students. Healthcare and medicine has been proposed starting from that year. I have a very brief contribution for 1 minute only. I will not abuse your attention for more. So this is the geographical scope of our participants. The pale color stands for Russia. That's natural because the contest is aimed at the foreign students. Therefore, and once again, we see that you may see a major inflow from Africa and Asia to the Russian universities and academia. Along with holding a contest, we are doing a lot of public opinion polls to study the interests of our participants, why they are opting for Russia, and by the way, why they are volunteering to study abroad. And you may see that all the questions say that they are looking for high-quality education and would like to get that. And the second popular answer is the interest in Russian culture or any foreign culture. I think that this is a very important observation which will help us to build a global agenda in the higher education. In order to efficiently draw students from abroad, from all over the world, we have to meet several prerequisites. I will not deep dive into these requirements. You may read them on this slide, and you can get familiar with them later on. Thank you so much for your attention. It was a pleasure and privilege for me to present the Open Doors case to you. I will be very much interested in continuing our cooperation. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Irina. That was really comprehensive presentation that proves, in fact, the importance of two main points. First of all, that now we are talking about the centrality of human beings. So human capital is the most important asset any country can have, and thus it is vital that BRICS countries are paying special attention to development of human capital. And also that there is an ongoing competition for talents, and in such conditions, it is vital that BRICS countries join together within this competition so that they can enhance such preparations. And probably this Olympiad is an interesting case which could be regarded by other four members, and maybe we could enhance the exchange and participation of the youth from BRICS in this particular case, but also beyond as well. So thank you so much. That was really interesting. Now I would like to invite Dr. Luis Claudio Kubota, who is a researcher in the Institute for Applied Economic Research in Brazil. He also had experience in telecommunications and consultancy in large multinational corporations, which offers us extra perspective on how universities should be up to, and research institutes up to, current challenges, current demands, and what is there in their digital economy for educational area. Please, Dr. Kubota, the floor is yours. Please keep to 10 minutes.
Good day, everybody. Here in Brazil is 7 in the morning, but I believe in China it's already night. Let me share the presentation with you. Can you see the presentation?
Yeah, well, we could see it. You can just start it, please.
Okay, well, first of all, thank you for, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation in name of EPEA. I have just published a paper about BRICS cooperation in science, technology, and innovation. It's in English and it's available in the EPEA website. Due to time limitation, in this presentation, I will concentrate in Brazilian figures, but I believe the discussion will be interesting for all BRICS countries. These are the topics that I'm going to present you. First of all is figures about enrollment in ICT-related courses in Brazil. Later, jobs in ICT-related occupations in Brazil. Some results about a McKinsey study regarding digital skills in Brazil. And finally, estimates of occupations at risk of automation in Brazil, and also in other BRICS countries. I believe this last item is related to what Victoria mentioned in the beginning of the opening session about the changing nature of jobs in the future. Well, as you can see, these figures about Brazil higher education, we have about 400,000 students enrolled strictly in ICT-related courses, which represents about 5% of the total enrollment. And the second figure is about courses related to industrial and manufacturing courses, also about 4% of the total. The first result is that the enrollment in ICT-related courses in Brazil is pretty slow related to other courses. The second table shows you the occupations in ICT in Brazil. We have the division between occupation in ICT companies, in the ICT sector is the second line. And the first line is the occupation of ICT related occupations in non-ICT sectors. we're talking about 500,000 employees in 2017. The growth between 2007 and 2017 has been very remarkable, 76% overall. But if we consider that we have in the private sector formal employment about 46 million Brazilians, these figures are very, very small also. This is the first result I want to show you about this McKinsey study that they conducted about digital skills in Brazil. As you can imagine, the skills are related to age. The younger ones have more facility to develop their activities in ICT, also related to class and education. The more educated and the higher classes are more fit to develop their ICT activities. There's not much difference regarding gender and ethnicity. This is the first result. The second one is that this scale is from 1 to 5, is that in these culture and creation dimensions, that are the most important ones, the most deep ones. The results are not very satisfactory, even for the higher classes and for the younger individuals. This is a segmentation that the McKinsey developed among the sample, and we can see that there are very strong differentiation between the individuals in Brazil. In the left, we can see that about 15% of the sample are adults with strong digital limitation. They are very limited in the way they can develop their activities. Even though Brazil is one of the champions in the world in time spent on social media, but regarding more productive activities, we have our difficulties. The second category, emerging digital workers, are also very limited in the way they can deploy their digital activities. They represent about 22% of the sample. Next come the younger ones. We have this digital basic youth, 10% of the sample. They spend a lot of time on the internet, but they're not very savvy with their most productive activities. And finally, these young digital natives, they are more sophisticated in their use of internet and digital activities. These digital professionals are the ones that are more proficient. They can use their skills to search for jobs in the internet, apply for jobs that are more fit for their careers. They can also be more careful when they purchase online. So they have also more abilities regarding programming and skills like those. This is another McKinsey study that is related to the threat of automation displacing jobs in the world. And we can see that the BRIC countries, Brazil, Russia, India, and China, they have about 50% of their activities that are prone to automation, according to the McKinsey study. South Africa has a lesser threat in this regard. You can see that they have less than 45% of the activities that can be automated, considering current technologies. We me and my colleague from IPEA, we developed a study regarding occupations and the threat of automation. And for Brazil, we found out that 56% of formal employment is subject to medium, high, or high risk of automation. This does not represent that these jobs will disappear tomorrow, but given current technology, they can be automated in the next few years. So I believe this session is very important for us to discuss this kind of situation and how can we, the countries, manage to solve this problem and develop the skills for the BRICS citizens to thrive in their professions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really interesting study, and I think we could all benefit from reviewing it at length. And also would like to mention that you're overseeing STI aspect within IPEA, and to those who may be not so familiar, Brazil was very successful last year as a host of the BRICS summit, launching the new STI architecture, which I believe could present a good basis, a good foundation for further BRICS cooperation in this area and for further advancement. So it's extremely important. Also, points you mentioned about how the place of work is changing is of utmost importance. And we just had recently, our partners from ORF in India had recent 10th Sci-Fi conference, and I was participating exactly in that session, which was talking about the digitalization and the future of work. And it is true that on the one hand, the new technologies are boosting some of the professions, and there's a higher risk for those segments of populations, but at the same time, education is exactly requiring us to offer new solutions for retraining, for requalification, thus allowing people to, within the LLL, lifelong learning format, to continue stay relevant for the job and be they are needed for the economy. But on the other hand, the other aspect is not only them losing job, but is that we have to see how new technologies are there to help us. So, for example, artificial intelligence not substituting, but rather helping professions that where people remaining the key actors at their workplace would be taking better decisions with the help of AI, rather looking at digital tech as an assistant, but not as a substitutor. So those are several aspects, and thank you for bringing this up. And while I mentioned India and sci-fi, with that, I'm moving on and giving the floor to our Indian colleague, Dr. Mansa Kedia, who is a fellow of Indian Council for Research and International Relations. And thus, we would be happy if you could give your view on this aspect, but also mainly putting your efforts and looking into questions of how what type of digital skills would be needed and how India is solving this issue and what you can share with the rest of BRICS in this front. Thank you so much. Please don't forget to unmute.
Hi, Victoria. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, please, we can see everything really well.
All right. Thank you. Well, I'd like to begin with a big thank you to the BRICS Academic Forum for inviting me. It's a privilege to be presenting an overview of India. on its education agenda and how policy is moving towards skills for the digital economy. I'm very grateful to the previous speakers and my co-panelists for having highlighted some of the things that I'm also going to talk about in my presentation. One is the focus on higher education and the need for collaboration and international cooperation. And the other important one is on automation of jobs and the need to reskill and the scopes of lifelong learning. So thank you so much for that. These are the 3-4 things that I'd like to focus on. I want to bring focus to the evolution of India's education policies, largely to see what its impact has been on addressing socioeconomic inequities, because I think that is something that all emerging countries are suffering from, and largely to become greater divides as we move along the trajectory of digitization, and what the outcomes have been from some of those policies. Have we achieved what we set out to do? I'd also like to bring focus to India's National Education Policy 2020. It's very recent, lots of good initiatives undertaken by the government and highlighting the needs of the digital economy. I'd like to thirdly focus on something that is a bit specific, but I think important from the point of view of digital economies and digitization, is the role of technical institutes and industry partnerships, at least in the context of India, and I think even in other BRICS countries, which actually supply a lot of technical labor. They're responsible for a lot of the global supply of technical labor. I wanted to highlight a bit about the role of technical institutes and industry partnerships in this education agenda. And lastly, the role of EdTech. We think that it's becoming a phenomena in India and perhaps in the rest of the world as well, and how it's going to become an irreversible phenomena that we started to see before the pandemic, but it accelerated during COVID-19, and I don't see it reversing anytime in the future. Very quickly, just to emphasize that India comes with its heterogeneities, and therefore right to education was made a fundamental right in 2009, as it is in other BRICS countries. This slide has a lot of details on how policy progressed, but I just want to highlight 2 important national education policies. One was of 1968, which made a commitment on public expenditure to GDP, which we still haven't achieved. And if we look at data from India for the last decade, we are at less than 3%, which is still lower than the average of BRICS nations. So that is a concern that policymakers are continuously trying to put effort into, and build a stronger, strengthened public education system that is well funded. The second policy which I'd like to highlight was the National Education Policy of 1986. And why I think that is extremely important, because it paved the way in some way for India's IT revolution. It set the stage for the role of information technology in education. And what it also did was open up the technical education sector and the role of the private institutes in helping India achieve its technical ambitions. Even today, some of these trends continue to exist, and we see efforts from the private sector, from the central and the state governments, given India is a federal structure. We see efforts from all fronts. However, there are lots of limitations of these schemes, largely related to implementation challenges. And while reviewing the literature for other countries as well, a little less or little more, I feel that some of these problems may resonate with the other BRICS countries as well. One is related to learning outcomes, and I saw a fantastic example from Brazil on how they have improved and worked upon their impact assessments. And I'd like to know more from our Brazilian colleague on how these assessments for learning outcomes have been evaluated in Brazil, and if there are lessons. Because if primary foundations are not well laid, we find that higher education tends to become a challenge. And by learning outcomes, I mean what the ASA reports in India assess is the learning or the mathematical abilities of, let's say, a grade 8 student. And what they see is that a grade 8 student is not able to even perform on learning outcomes of grade 3 students. So these are serious causes for concern, and something that we need to work on if we need to build a good foundation for the digital economy. The policies in many ways have failed to address the socio-economic inequalities, and I did emphasize on these earlier when we speak about the future of work and automation of jobs. The low-skilled jobs, as we know, are likely to get automated much faster and more sooner, increasing the risks of these inequities and divides, and education policies, we hope, are able to address this going forward. And finally, very peculiar to some industries in India, we find that the education system is not readying the youth for the industry. And there are lots of surveys and industry conversations that we've had as researchers where they've highlighted the need to retrain our youth once they enter the job market. Quickly coming to India's National Education Policy 2020, future-proofing India's higher education. Primarily, they want to focus on foreign collaborations, bringing foreign universities to India. There has to be a program around it. There is no law that currently provides or allows for a foreign university to come and set up a standalone university in India, but there are options available through twinning programs and collaborative programs where they can share faculty or offer distance education. But what we need is more interventions and bring foreign expertise to Indian students. The second and very, very important, personally, something that I find extremely important is a multidisciplinary approach. And Victoria, you alluded to the idea of AI and what it can do. And in India, we find several examples of artificial intelligence being used to achieve social sector and development objectives. But at the same time, we see that the way these algorithms are designed can run the risks of developing biases, and there is a need for social science experts to be involved in the designing and programming process. And in that sense, it becomes necessary for social science experts like maybe lawyers or social scientists to be trained in the basics of how these technologies actually work. And we've done some work on it in a report that we did on the scope and the economic potential for AI in India, and find that there's an extensive need to not just focus on technical education, but to make technology much more multidisciplinary, right from the college levels. The policy also emphasizes on the extensive use of technology to learn, to teach, to remove language barriers. As you know, India has at least 11 prominent languages, and there are students that don't necessarily learn in the national language or in English, and there is a need to leverage technology to address some of these language barriers. There is a huge emphasis on research and innovation, building a research foundation. I was very happy to note that the policy focuses more on academia and industry linkages, because it is a gap that we've observed in most of the research work that we have done. And there are only a few examples of internship programs, which I'll refer to later again, especially with new technology, where internships have now become the more practical way of bridging the gap between education and industry. And we feel that some more emphasis on this is going to help achieve this or address this digital gap which exists, especially in technology-related industry. The last point I think that is worth highlighting is to focus on is the policy focuses on alternative modes of education. And in the last slide, again, I'll go over the role of online education as supplementing the formal education system. But first things first, I think we need to address the digital divides in India, and which is really stark, especially when it comes to issues of adoption, literacy, and application. So even if I have a broadband connection or a mobile broadband connection, it's not certain that I'll be using it to leverage quality education. the focus on technical institutes and industry partnership, I just want to distinguish between, the purpose of this slide is to distinguish between how these partnerships have changed from how they were in the 1960s, 70s, and 80s when India was working towards its IT revolution, and what it is today and what it is likely to become. The first thing is that they were really housed within India's institutes of technology, and there was a big role that Indian multinational corporations were playing. But now what we see today is that there are a lot of startups that are leading these initiatives. There are lots of collaborations between startups and academic institutes. There are lots of collaborations between international multinational corporations and the Indian government. And there are examples in this slide which one can look at later. But what I want to emphasize on is the internationalization and the globalization of technology, not just as an industry, but even from the perspective of education. Lastly, the focus is on the new generation of education technologies. I don't think this is something that can be overlooked or left to evolve on its own. The numbers and the success of this is staggering as supplemental education. These companies have the advantage of leveraging new technologies to deliver very personalized programs, not only to students, but also to business professionals, to adults who are trying to retrain themselves. The role of these edtech platforms, given that they have the ability to leverage the knowledge and skills of global partners and to be able to personalize trainings, they will have a huge role in building skills that are necessary for the digital economy. So for example, if I as a social scientist, researcher, as an economist, if I'm trying to learn coding, I just go straight to an edtech platform and I won't worry about going back to a formal education system. So I think some of these new trends are irreversible and absolutely important alongside the growth of India's formal education system. I'll quickly summarize through this last slide, re-emphasizing on the need for a triad, which is academia, business, and government. I think there's immense need for domestic as well as international collaborations. The second, and personally very important to me, is the need for multidisciplinary training. Let's not just leave technology and digital education to the engineering degrees. I think social sciences and other degrees deserve technical training as much as the technologists do. Thirdly, I want to place a lot of emphasis on this, is that any digital education program must imbibe a sense of responsibility and ethical use for new technologies in their education system. We have heard a lot of stories, and we don't want to land up in an unfortunate situation where we don't use these technologies to our benefit, and therefore imbibing the spirit of ethical use and responsible use of education is something that must form a part of our education curriculum. In terms of how I think the BRICS countries can work together more specifically, is one necessarily and very obvious solution is to leverage the BRICS Network University platform that we already have through better mutual certification programs. Despite haven't seen much progress on that side and stand to be corrected on that one. Encourage more exchange programs. Very happy to hear about the Open Doors program from the speaker from Russia. There needs to be best practices even in primary education, and I emphasized on this earlier, that learning outcomes in primary and foundational education are very important to be able to achieve success in higher education. Thirdly, I'd like to emphasize on tertiary education institutes, and I think the BRICS countries have this opportunity to collaborate on technical education through these tertiary education institutes, not necessarily through universities, but even through technical institutes, to build specific capabilities that fit the requirements of industries, not only within the BRICS, but outside the BRICS as well. I'd stop here and happy to take questions.
Thank you so much. Very comprehensive, very deep analysis. And in fact, something that also could be drawn as an experience, I think we're already having some practical implications, some practical results that, and practical studies that each of our countries could be looking into and using for our own purposes. And with that, I will further give the floor to our Chinese colleague, Mr. Son Hasao, who is the Deputy Director, Academic Affairs Management Office of Chinese Academy of South Asian and Southeast Asian Studies of Yunnan Academy of Social Sciences. He's also their fellow of the School of International Studies of Jawaharlal Nehru University, and that it means that he's very much involved in studying India. And this also shows how much all of us in BRICS are interconnected, and how much more, nevertheless, there is to learn about each other and to exchange experiences, and also to see how each existing systems could be used for that. I will just very shortly mention that to achieve this goal, we don't only have the BRICS Network University and the BRICS University League, but this year, my university, Farson Federal University, have done a special internship to bring all the 5 countries for the semester in their recognition of the BRICS Russia's chairmanship, just for this particular end, so that the young people, the young students from all the 5 countries, they learn about each other, they know each other more, and this, we even managed to do it during the pandemic's time, so combining both offline and online education, and thanks to digital technologies. So Mr. Son, the floor is yours.
Okay. Good morning, Chair, ladies and gentlemen. But good evening in China now. Yeah, so it's my great honor to be here to give me a chance to explain my idea about digital technology in education of China here. Yeah, so my topic is here, experience and opportunity of the world. So in my speech, I have 4 topics here. First is the China policy and planning on digital technology in education. And secondly, trends on digital technology in education of China. And then the challenge of the digital of the technology in education. And the last, I want to point out China's cooperation with BRICS countries. Actually, China's policy on education informatization is start for 10 years ago. So here we can see that there are 4 milestones of China education informatization of 1.0 to 2.0. They are totally altogether have already 10 years. So we can see here in 2010, the government of China have already brought out a plan. We call it outline of the national medium and long-term education reform and development plan in 2010. And then 2012, the government of China put forward another plan. We call it pilot project of educational informational unit. And then in 2018, and then up to now, 2020, the officer of the education, Department of Education, approval that we will build. Okay, let's see. Okay, as we can see here, in the policy of the history of the China education, informatization already put forward for several steps here. So, and in this policy, the government of the Chinese already put forward many policy about the digital education. That is that's one sentence, one word like this: education for everyone, anytime and anywhere. So, in this industry policies in Chinese, aims at three fully coverage, two improvement, and one platform. Sorry. And okay, when we call it educational informatization 1.0, we say that in China, the policies of Chinese will create internet space for people-to-people learning, from broadband net for every school to internet resource for every class, and education resource service platform, and then education management service platform. And how the 2.1 achieve, we can conclude like this. One is make internet education service more accessible, optimate and sharing service system. And second, enhance the coverage of the online learning, people-to-people connection, and personal education data profit. And third, online education to improve knowledge to level text knowledge improvement. And four, and enhance the governance ability for education, big data, cloud computer, and artificial intelligence. And five, we will build 100 region and 1,000 school and 10,000 lessons for the student. And six, we will set the discipline for digital school project. And seven, innovation in smart education development, innovation friendly environment, and discipline construction. And the last, improve the information quality for student, evaluation and cultivating system, student and about the student and teacher. And now we come to the second point, trust on digital technology in education of China. One is the online education has expanded from Tier 1 city to Tier 3 or even Tier 4 city. As in China, we know that when we call Tier 1 city, we call it Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. And Tier 3, 4 country city, we may mention it, for example, like Kunming or Chengdu, some city like that. And the online app for mobile terminal are more widely used. And secondly, technology upgrading, for example, software and hardware has helped online education development. And then experience of online education customers continue improving. And the first threat is online education promotes the reform of the traditional teaching model. And online education will further promote the striving of high quality research and promote the educational quality. And the last, the development of the online education has brought more opportunity for Chinese universities to participate in international cooperation. This is the threat. And the challenge of the digital technology of in education of China is one, feedback. In feedback, I mean that's to the teacher to student. The feedback of teachers to students. That is, the online education can be taught by a few teachers for thousands of students. But this is also the biggest drawback. There is no way for teachers to interact with each students. The most efficient way is for teachers to provide timely evaluation in the classroom. And secondly, quarantine. In quarantine, I mean that's to student quarantine. In the traditional classroom, the student can sit face to face and can communicate to each other more easily. But in the digital technology classroom, there's no easy for students to communicate for each other, so it's not good. And the last one is the Asper blind spot. I mean that the teachers are not always accurate in predicting the difficulties of new concept or for the student more easily. So, and last, I mean that China seeks to cooperation with the BRICS country. 3 points. One is training on online teachers. When we training on the teachers, we focus on 3 points. One is skills of online teachers, and then the teachers' educational ideas. Because there's so many differences of the different countries, so in this way maybe it's not the same for all the teachers of the country. And secondly, the online credit mutual recognition. The first one, I mean that the school may build policies for the students for more easy to study, to learning. So is any possible for us to build a school credit bank from the different country? And secondly, we need to a unified credit standard from the different universities of the BRICS countries. And then for the government, maybe need to signed agreement about in this area to support the credit bank for the student. And the last one, I mean that we need a more online course and teachers exchange for with the BRICS countries. Now I mean that's not only the primary school or secondary school, maybe the university, maybe we need more online course for the student to choose. And the last, the teachers in different countries, they need to exchange their experience, their skill, idea, not only online, but also we need offline. It's all for my opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Really interesting indeed. I would like to draw just on a few points, although each of them were very important. First of all, it's really high time for BRICS governments to sign, as you said, intergovernmental agreements to have acknowledgement of qualifications and diplomas, because so far we only have certain bilateral agreements, but not pentalateral, and not all of the BRICS are involved in this and have necessary agreements on hand, which would, if done, simplify and facilitate a great deal student academic mobility for sure. And this is something we need to aim at. And another point on your accent or your focus on online courses, this actually offers us, taking that we're geographically distant and there are not all of our countries, not all of our cities are connected with direct flights yet. So with the big geographic distances, online education would allow for more partnerships to be started. And I think this is something to explore and to for our universities and think tanks and academies is to consider looking into each other's curricula to see where they can fit and where they can offer those new programs to our students. And you are also talking about their online classes and what are the limitations for that. I can tell you that, for example, FAFU was like very fast to move to it. We just took 3 days back in March to transfer the whole university into the online mode. And another point that should be considered, where now all of us are using their other platforms like Microsoft Teams, we're using Zoom like now, and others. We don't have, probably it's time for BRICS to think of their proper platform, for their proper instruments to provide for such mode of education, communication. So another area to be explored for our countries. Thank you so much once again. And now allow me to move forward and give the floor to Mr. Krish Chetty, who is a chief researcher at the Inclusive Economic Development Division of their Human Sciences Research Council of South Africa, and also member of the South African BRICS Think Tank Council. He's also a longtime friend of ours. He's been very helpful throughout the previous years. We've been in constant communication, looking into options for joint research, and I would like to take an opportunity now to thank for a really wonderful hosting seminar that we had in South Africa when we came in this February. Unfortunately, it was the only time we had plans for much more visits, because to talk about Russia's chairmanship in BRICS, and unfortunately we managed to come only to South Africa, but nevertheless it was a wonderful visit, and thank you for hosting us really nicely. Mr. Chetty, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Pano. It's wonderful to see you again, and good day to all our colleagues online. Thank you for this opportunity to share some of the findings from our study of universities in BRICS and Africa and their experiences in rapidly adopting the emergency online learning due to the pandemic. As we will see, each of the BRICS and African universities have experienced this transition quite differently. As part of this presentation, I make a few recommendations about how we can improve this transition to move towards online learning and make it more inclusive. And I describe a preferred model for online learning in the long term. If we dive straight into the findings from our study, we believe a hybrid online education model is best suited to transform higher education institutions. The reason for advocating for online learning is to provide a means to increase access to higher education. This can be achieved if the enabling success factors are put in place, which I'll discuss a little later. When we discuss the hybrid online learning, we are referring to a combination of a MOOC-style content delivery, MOOCs being massive open online courses, and synchronous online engagement. The MOOC-style content delivery is best suited for foundational level content and can be used to decrease the costs of education access. Synchronous online learning perhaps is better suited for advanced content. And in this stream, our lecturers need to be supported by a team of teaching assistants who can improve student-to-teacher contact and engagement. This would then improve the pedagogical quality of the learning. The question we face now is whether the transition to online learning is an opportunity for us to transform the traditional university system, potentially increasing access and also reducing costs. The critical success factors that I mentioned are central in the decision-making processes of the university as they decided to go online or not. Through our study, we've identified 4 central dimensions that should inform this decision. Is it feasible to go online? Will the university offer lessons of suitable pedagogical quality? Have the equity concerns been factored in? And have issues of costs been considered? The feasibility dimension relates to whether the institution, the students, the staff have suitable infrastructure, including bandwidth, computers, internet access, recording devices, software licenses, and online platforms. Then do the staff and students have the appropriate digital skills to work with a tool like Zoom that we're using now, or to navigate the online teaching platforms, or to produce the content needed, particularly on behalf of the lecturers? And do the socioeconomic conditions that the students and the staff work in allow for them to be able to learn online at home? Culturally, these factors can also be significant. For example, a student who's lived in a university dorm and now had to return back to the farm, they're expected to do chores before they actually sit in front of a computer, and that affects their learning. From the quality perspective, you need to ask if the lessons delivered with or without contact with your lecturer is suitable for the subject matter. How will practical lessons and experiments be conducted? We find that lessons in physics and chemistry have struggled to go online. TVET colleges in particular have struggled in this period. And how do you ensure that the assessments are also performed in a fair manner for all the students? From the equity perspective, which is essential in low and middle income countries in particular, the issues of inequality really must be considered. Can all learners, despite their backgrounds and locations, access and consume the learning material? How do you support students that have returned to rural areas that are now outside of network coverage? Is access to this content affordable? Can the learner afford the data bundle they need to get that access? And essential to getting buy-in when transitioning online is providing the staff and the students opportunities to contribute to the decision-making fora. And lastly, from the cost perspective, these are important considerations for the sustainability of the university. With tuition going online, many students opted to deregister from the university. The majority had to leave the dorms, and thus the fees that are collected to supplement the state funding has been reduced. And the question, which has not really been answered in this period, is whether decreasing fees for entry-level MOOC-style content or courses will perhaps increase the throughput of students and possibly increase a pool of available funds? These are the big questions that still need to be answered as we go ahead. In the bid to save the academic year, universities had to quickly introduce emergency online modalities. The rapid change quickly exposed disparities among student populations. Even universities with strong academic reputations were unable to ensure access to learning for all their students. And in 2020, the entire academic year has followed emergency protocols. In this mode, lessons have not been designed for online consumption. These lessons have had limited engagement between the lecturer and the student, and neither has been adequately prepared or trained. With fully fledged online learning, the lessons are designed to be fit for purpose. The resources are more available, all involved are better prepared, and there's less pressure on the students and the staff members. And in the emergency stream, the curriculum has continued to move ahead while the institution has still been rapidly trying to attempt to resolve these issues of access and training. The pandemic has seemingly caught the higher education sector unprepared. If we look at the past decade, neither the BRICS nor African higher education sectors expected there was a need to fully transition to online learning. Thus, we don't see statements from the BRICS heads of state which discuss strategies to build our online learning capabilities in preparation for this eventuality. And if we look back in 2012, the heads of state saw online learning as a means to promote cooperation or for cultural exchange. Alternatively, the BRICS recommended that the BRICS Network University and the BRICS University League explore using technology perhaps to facilitate connecting people, but not in the extent that we're using it now. In 2017, MOOCs adoption was discussed during the BRICS and Emerging Economy Summit. It was asked whether these short courses were an opportunity when we tried to reimagine what a world-class university would be. The idea was discussed, but there was no clear recommendations which emerged about how to institute such a change. Now in 2020, due to our shutdowns, we have had to rapidly introduce online learning as the primary means of teaching. And in the interest of saving the academic year, we have also seen the Association of African Universities calling for this urgent transition to go online, but only if the infrastructure was available to support this change. When we contrast our experiences both in BRICS and in Africa, I'd like to just highlight a few points which have emerged. As Mr. Song mentioned, China has rapidly rolled out mass training, and is one of the great strengths in the Chinese system, as they recognize the importance of digital skills among the academic staff. Russian universities, from what I understand, experienced a comparatively smoother transition to online learning. And in some universities, teams of teaching assistants were hired to assist lecturers and promote that engagement between the students and the staff. And I think that's a very useful point for countries like South Africa, as such ventures, such initiatives can address issues of unemployment that we face. In India and Brazil, both the countries attempted to introduce emergency learning modalities, but experienced changes with unequal access, limited skills, and a general exacerbation of inequalities in some instances. The Indian and Brazilian experiences were similar in South Africa. However, compared to African countries, South Africa fared far better in introducing emergency online learning. The country's top universities comparatively provided larger data bundles to students and were able to zero-rate more educational content and platforms in partnership with our mobile network providers. These universities also set up online learning platforms where, for example, the University of Pretoria, they developed a mobile learning app which allowed the students to download the content to their device so that it could be consumed when they experience electricity blackouts or drops in network connectivity. From Ghana, Uganda, and Ethiopia, these countries experienced similar issues, but with greater difficulties. Each attempted to go online, but were unable to assist the entire student body. In Ethiopia, for example, they only supported final year and postgraduate students. Network coverage has generally been a challenge, as has been ensuring that there are digital skills among the students and the staff. Your Canadian universities actually resorted to distributing your material in hard copy after they experienced failures with the online system. And they tried to use their university network systems to distribute this content. In Uganda, the idea itself of going online became a political issue, and it was initially completely discouraged by the state until their number of cases started to increase. So to conclude, just in terms of recommendations for me, I support a transition towards a hybrid university education model, but this would require mass investments in digital infrastructure to ensure connectivity and access for all the academic and student bodies. We also need to promote the integration of teaching assistants into our study programs, and there's a need for mass digital skill training for students and lecturers. And our institutions must promote student and educator engagements in the decision-making process. And secondly, among the BRICS universities, it will be essential for us to continue knowledge-sharing initiatives, perhaps through institutions such as the BRICS Network University or the BRICS University League. These institutions our universities are facing these extremely difficult questions with little supporting documentation to guide them. So sharing knowledge will help us learn faster in these most crucial areas which relate to lesson design, training strategies, and ensuring that our access to learning is provided more equitably. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Krish. You've also raised a number of very important issues in addition to what our previous speakers have talked about. And one of big points is lack of infrastructure, something we have to pay special attention to. And we know so far the NAB have financed, I think it's almost 20 billion now allocated funds into different areas over the time that it existed, but there are only 2 projects that ICT related, and thus there is further need for our countries to invest more in that area so that youth and people in remote areas and rural areas can have high access and better access to digital technologies and thus to education, be it school, be it university, and we need to think about it and put joint efforts into that. Thank you so much. We have 2 more very prominent discussants here with us. They are sitting on my sides in here. This is Professor Yuri Dubinin, who is their Professor of Department of International Relations and Foreign Policy of Russia of MGIMO University. This is their best diplomatic school in Russia. I would also have to say that his long time ago has been my supervisor on my PhD dissertation, and I value his guidance a lot. And the other speaker would be Professor Dmitry Savkin, who is the Vice President for International Relations of Irkutsk National Research Technical University and Dean of Baikal School of BRICS Studies. I'm introducing both now because I will have to go for another session for a while, but I'll be back with you again. Thank you so much, Professor Dubinin. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Victoria. First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to all the participants in our today's discussion, to the Russian ones who are present here online and offline, to our guests from Brazil, from South Africa, from India, from China. I do believe that the contribution made by our panelists to the work of the Academic Forum of BRICS is something which is hard to overestimate. Dear colleagues, what I would like to draw attention to, getting familiar with the minutes of latest BRICS summit meetings, I tend to be very pessimistic, because in the recent years, the ministers of education and science unfortunately, were not invited for the summit meetings of our presidents. The day before yesterday, Mr. Nikonov said that he is a bureaucrat by nature. I'm also a bureaucrat by nature. I do believe that until certain project is assigned a certain structure, this project is very unlikely to be successful at the level of the state, at the federal level. But the logics and rationale of any bureaucratic structure implies that unless there is some boss pushing us forward, we will not move forward and will not make any progress. And we have to somehow come up with the outputs to be delivered to our Sherpas, who will later on transfer that to our leaders. Probably not this year, but probably it would be very expedient, very important to be done under the Indian chairmanship. We can ask the Indian Sherpa to focus more on the cooperation expansion and deepening of our cooperation in the area of education, and therefore next year we could get very good results next year. What do we have to do today within the Association of BRICS nations in terms of expanding and deepening and furthering of our cooperation, our R&D work, and education sharing? We can work at 3 tiers or at 3 levels. First of all, this is the level of bureaucrats or officials. Unless we get some structure, unless we introduce some structure to our cooperation in the field of science and technologies, these initiatives would be very sporadic, non-professional, and very individual. We have to have certain people whose main job would be about promoting cooperation among BRICS nations in the field of education and technologies. They will have to be responsible for that in their everyday life. Second level, second tier, so to say. And I think that we have brought together a lot of professional education providers. I would like to 100% support the initiative shared by Irina Karelina, when 21 Russian universities are brought into an association, working together and are accepting students from the United Nations countries, member states. I think this is very good, and this is which deserve high acclaim. The professional level is quite important for us, and therefore some public institutions can be very helpful in that respect. We have to identify the education providers, certain R&D centers, educational centers in the BRICS nations who would take very strong positions in this or that field. We need some objective references to evaluate and assess what is good and what is bad. For instance, Moscow State University can boast very strong positions in terms of foreign relations, international relations at the Department of History. And there is a very weak global affairs department there. So we have to have such unbiased acknowledgement so that the universities can get in touch with those who can act as a reference center, so that they could cooperate at their own level without an escalation or downgrading of their level. I think that Dr. Son said about that in the fourth part of his speech. I think that this aspiration of China to promote cooperation is something which goes without saying. We can cooperate online and offline as well. And finally, I think that we have to speed up BRICS Network University and BRICS University League, that these two systems really work and not just exist on paper. Recently, I have not heard anything about these structures being operational, or at least make any contribution to our academic life, let alone promoting the academic cooperation among the 5 BRICS nations. Last but not least, the final level. I think that today's academic forum will give us a very good impetus so that we could develop our personal ties, personal relations among the people who are parts of the academic community that would be looking for partners in BRICS nations, that we develop these partnerships at the individual level. And provided there is a political will and personal will, we will prevail at this hard but rewarding way. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, dear Professor Dubinin. It's very interesting. I would like to summarize what the previous speaker said and add something from myself. The COVID has changed global education landscape dramatically. It pushed national economies to further dematerialization and substituting traditional in-class education process with online learning, distant education, micro courses, network education. So the following trends in education are common for all BRICS countries, and all our today's panelists mention it. So all of us increased the usage of blockchain-related technology on education, and some panelists told about it. It eases admission process, documents verification, personal data storage, and academic record management. And all BRICS countries are experiencing the rise of various online education and distant education platforms. So as Dr. Panova already said, there is no unified platform for all BRICS countries. And probably we should think about creating a kind of online platform for 5 BRICS countries. And then the third, the usage of portable devices in education also has increased dramatically, primarily smartphones, because they're cheaper. And that's why we can observe an outstanding rise of education applications. And there is also a political issue about using these applications in different countries, because some of them are banned in some countries. And the fourth is, according to Cisco, nearly 80% of internet traffic consumed belong to video content or video-based learning. So the video-based learning is also has become very important and used by BRICS countries' online education platforms. The fifth, online performance management, is very important, and Dr. Keria told a lot about the learning outcomes, how should they measure it. It's very important to use the electronic tools to understand the evaluation process, online evaluation process. And the sixth, personalized learning based on artificial intelligence, as several of our speakers talked about. The core of artificial intelligence understands the weak sides of every student and tries to provide for the student a more or less appropriate program. It's very important. Many of contemporary education platforms use this artificial intelligence for personalized education. And many BRICS countries are experiencing now the shift to some short, very specialized courses, which provide the e-certificates or micro-credentials, which are very important to create a very professional expert in this or that area with very specific courses, and this could fill the gap of those unique specialists in the BRICS framework. And BRICS countries are following the global trends in education digitalization. They are facing some common for all world's nations challenges and some specific challenges, such as lack of social face-to-face interaction. Those are common challenges for all countries who face the COVID shift to online and distant education process. Then the different platforms in BRICS countries, which are unequal, so they have different quality of content. And then limited access to distant education, so especially for peripheral areas of BRICS countries, which doesn't have equal access to those platforms as the core or central areas of the BRICS countries. Some specific BRICS challenges of distant education and online education include the censorship of distant education content in China and limitation of online learning platforms such India banned some Chinese applications like Tencent Meetings. And the problem is that the BRICS university is not very effective. It cannot provide the good education content, as already Professor Dubinin said about it. And BRICS University could be turned into an online platform, free of charge platform, especially for the STEM disciplines, because the humanities, especially history, geography, could be different in different BRICS countries, especially assuming the territorial claims and some different approaches to the historical process. But the STEM disciplines, such as physics, mathematics, computer science, could be more or less unified. That's why the BRICS University could be converted into this online platform for this unified STEM disciplines for schools and universities from BRICS countries. And finally, as already Dr. Panova said, that New Development Bank is investing approximately $20 billion to some different projects. And unfortunately, a New Development Bank concentrate primarily on infrastructure, physical infrastructure projects such as roads, railway stations, airports, and there are not too much education projects or education infrastructure. So New Development Bank should primarily focus on this area. There is only one huge project of New Development Bank in Russia to create the engineering schools. Now the 3 pilot universities were selected to become the to create first 3 engineering schools. Those are Moscow Transport Universities and 1 university from Urals and our Irkutsk National Research Technical University. And I think that New Development Bank should primarily concentrate on this non-material economics, on educational services. And also BRICS countries should think about 5G infrastructure, because 5G increases the good access to online education and provides better quality education. Thank you so much. And probably we have a little time for questions. Yes, maybe 2 questions from the audience. Yes, please.
Well, good afternoon. This is Vikram. It's not a question, but it's an observation. Bringing in 6 years of work experience, I've seen technology landscape change and how it affects work. Back in India, when I was working with Tata Consultancy Services, over a period of time, IT infrastructure, suddenly all the people who were working in IT infrastructure, cloud came. When cloud platform came, people who were maintaining servers and storage and racks, they were out of business overnight. So the pace at which technology changes in the technology landscape is way quicker than how policy catches up. In that situation, no matter how much we try to, have features of education reformation, but those education reformations, not everyone who's already going to be educated is anyways going to be taking part in the economic activity of the future. Let's say the 4th industrial revolution, artificial intelligence, machine learning. What we need to focus on as countries is, because countries like India, for example, who have a low human development index and a higher population of youth, when larger people of a particular age gap with a smaller HDI are left out of the economic activity, it creates social problems. How do you tackle those social problems? Universal basic income, there are some people who are talking about it, because no matter what you do, there will be a huge chunk of the population who's going to be left out of all this, which is going to happen in the future. And if you look at technology landscape, which is happening right now, 15 years to 20 years, machine learning, even the software is going to be written by robots in the future. I guess I had crossed paths with Ms. Mansi Kedia in one of the events, I reckon 2 years ago, along with N. Chandrasekaran from TCS, NASCOM event, I reckon. So this was a big discussion, which was at that point in time as to how we maintain, the sustainability and the whole the landscape of continuous reformation. Modularization of education is one aspect of it. So it's just an observation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And the final question.
Okay, thank you very much for a very fruitful discussion. I've got a question, I guess, regarding the world university rankings, because if we look at world university rankings, traditionally the first 10 lines or 50 lines are occupied mostly by Anglo-Saxon universities, like starting from Oxford to Harvard, depends how you sort of, which agency you're going to use. And the criteria which is being used is ranging from research quality to graduate prospects. And traditionally, there are no universities of the BRICS countries occupying the first 10 lines, right? However, if we look at personalities or scientists who helped us to change the world, like, for example, people like Einstein, he didn't graduate from any of the top-ranking universities. He graduated from Swiss Institute of Technology. If we look at Tsiolkovsky, without whom our world would be totally different. He graduated from Vyatskaya Muzhskaya Gymnasiya, which is the boys' school in Vyatka, which is nowhere in the top 10 lines of the world university rankings. We can go further. We can look into Sikorsky and Korolev. We can go into Niels Bohr. None of them graduated from the top universities. So the question is, do you think that there could be some merit into introducing the new performance indicators for university ranking, which might involve reassessing the world universities? And do you think that some of the BRICS countries' university might start occupying the top lines of the world university rankings? Thank you.
Is it a specific question to someone of the panelists or to all of them? All of them, yeah?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
So whoever got the...
Distinguished reporters who would like to reply to this question?
I can give it a... I think it's a very interesting point that you're raising, because we're not giving recognition to some of the new criteria, perhaps, which is now more important in this online world that we live in. So if we had to update this index, we could include indicators that relate to how well we perform online. We could include indicators which have issues of inclusivity attached to it, and then see how these rankings change. That would be my take. Thanks.
Yes.
May I?
Sure.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent observation. I think as most things, even education seems to, and universities seem to exist in a bubble. And it's a really pertinent comment in terms of changing needs of education that we've been discussing today. And I think there is a need to completely reassess the way in which we look at universities and the quality of education in terms of their outreach, in terms of the programs that they are offering, and even in terms of how collaborative they've made the process. So I think it's a great point, and it's something that we should take note of as researchers and try to see what are the new indicators that could actually make universities more inclusive and help participate much more in this progress towards preparing for a digitized world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And also, I'd like to add that the three main rankings, Times Higher Education Global Ranking and QS Global Ranking and Shanghai Ranking or Academic Ranking of World Universities, they have a special methodology based on reputation, academic reputation, and citation and papers. Especially Times it's the most academic ranking based on Scopus papers and citation, as well as Shanghai ranking based off Web of Science papers, and Moscow State University and then the expert ranking agency launched this so-called three mission, the new academic ranking several years ago. And this ranking also considers the so-called third mission of the university is the impact of the university to the society, to the policy making and to the inclusion and so on. And last year, 2019, Times Higher Education launched this social ranking. It's called Times Higher Education Impact Ranking. It's based on SDGs, on 17 Strategic Development Goals. So I think the world rankings are slightly moving to assess not only the academic performance of the universities and reputation of the universities, where Anglo-Saxon universities certainly win, but considering those SDGs like quality education and the better network for disabled people and also good access of women and so on, this is very important. I think the world is moving to this kind of assessment of the university performance. Thank you. I think we should finish. We are out of time. So thank you very much, all the panelists and all the reporters and the guests. It was a pleasure to work with you on this session. Thank you so much.
Good to see those of you who I've seen already today, and who I saw over the previous 2 days of our forum as well. We are in fact drawing closer and closer to the conclusion. It's their last but by far not the least session of our meeting, and it will allow us to look into all the main trends and topics that our globe is going through, and see how BRICS is influencing that, and how vice versa this global system is influencing the BRICS. So this is a two-way street. And we have a really distinguished panel at this session, both online and offline. I would like to ask you to keep to 10 minutes. Unfortunately, we have to be within this time range, even though knowing all the speakers, I know that you have a lot to say, and indeed those things are really precious. So now allow me to first call on Professor Marina Larionova, who is the head of the Center for International Institutions Research of the Russian Presidential Academy of National Economy and Public Administration, who has been a lead expert for quite some years, and acknowledged expert in international institutions research, and has a huge amount of publications on the G20 and BRICS, on other international fora, and would be able to give us precious analysis on the suggested topic. Marina, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Victoria. I will try to be concise. Dear colleagues, well, I must say I do not believe in grand strategies, but I believe that the BRICS mission, I quote, of building a multipolar, equitable and democratic world order based on international law, equality, mutual respect, cooperation, coordinated action and collective decision-making of all states should be accomplished. This goal set at the BRICS First Summit remains valid, though it is now overshadowed by the triple health, economic and social crisis caused by the pandemic and its consequences. It is not an easy undertaking, and the BRICS can only make progress in cooperation with other global and regional institutions, as well as social partners. But the BRICS can and should take the leadership and the responsibility for coordinated actions to manage the crisis, mitigate the impact of the recession, revive growth, and build new global governance architecture. To succeed, it will need to build on its strengths and overcome weaknesses. BRICS' strengths are manifold, and you know them. The groups generated sufficient collaborative experience, established a networked system of more than 50 intra-BRICS cooperation mechanisms, adopted almost 700 concrete decisions in more than 20 spheres, with an average compliance level reaching 80%. It became an important platform for promoting member states' interests on key issues of geopolitics, strategic stability, and economics on the international arena. The BRICS' weaknesses are the flip side of its strengths. The members' diversity defines the divergence of interests and sometimes necessitates putting aside vital issues the members cannot agree upon. Respect of multilateralism compels the BRICS to work with and strengthen the 20th century international institutions, rather than push for their reform and building a truly multilateral international financial and monetary system. Comprehensive agenda comes at the expense of a focus on priority actions and creates a past dependency, precluding a change of course or a swift and powerful policy shift in case of emergency. Nonetheless, in times of unprecedented crisis, business as usual is not an option. Building on its values and priorities, the BRICS should put forward a visionary and transformative set of actions, and I will outline three of my proposals. First, the BRICS should adopt a plan of action which would help prevent the Sustainable Development Goals of becoming casualties of COVID-19 and its response. Indeed, the pandemic reversed progress and affected the full spectrum of the SDGs directly due to the health impact of the virus, through the crisis response and mitigation measures, and through the aggregate economic and social effects. According to various estimates, it plunged additional 100 million people below the poverty line, added an additional 130 million people to the ranks of undernourished, affected the health of almost 22 million and took more than 1 million lives, disrupted learning of more than 1 in 5 billion students. The BRICS plan should focus on human development goals, eradicating poverty and inequality, ensuring access to safe, nutritious and sufficient food for all, restoring and building the capacity of the health systems to provide essential services and medicines, and crucially, strengthening the resilience of schools, addressing the consequences of skills loss, and preparing strategies to mitigate such risk effectively in case of future lockdowns. Second, digitalization is a driver of inclusive economic growth and sustainable development. At the same time, benefits of digital transformation are coupled with multiple risks arising from unequal digitalization, countries' regulatory differences, security threats, lack of trust, and absence of universal governance mechanisms. The BRICS should step up the intergroup cooperation on digitalization, including such areas as infrastructure development, secure exchange of data, research and development of digital technologies for health, digital technologies and solutions to enable economic activities during the pandemic and beyond, providing a secure and trusted online environment, and encouraging companies' transition to digital production system, e-commerce, and digital business models. Even more important, they should enhance their cooperation on global digital governance in other international institutions, including the G20. Analysis indicates that advantages accruing from the emerging digital governance mechanisms are distributed unevenly. Advanced countries, members of the OECD and the G20, gain significant leverage. There are risks that the new mechanisms will consolidate the balance of power embodied by the Bretton Woods system. In order to ensure the new digital economy regulation is in line with the interests of BRICS and other developing countries and emerging market economies, it will be necessary to consolidate the political will to overcome contradictions and act as a collective actor. The BRICS is well placed to support strengthening of the G20 cooperation on digital economy. So far, the G20 influence on the digital economy regulation is not commensurate with its role as a premier forum for international economic cooperation. However, digital economy development is vital for retaining the G20 goal of strong, sustainable, balanced and inclusive growth supported by the BRICS. And integration of the digital economy regulation issues into the G20 agenda would create opportunities for enhancing the BRICS influence on the fledgling regulation. The BRICS might explore and promote the establishment of a new multilateral institution responsible for the development, coordination and monitoring of the digital economy regulation. In analogy with the G20-led Financial Stability Board, such an institution with participation of key international organizations and invited countries would enable adequate participation of major developing and emerging market economies in shaping global governance and regulation of the digital economy. Third, the BRICS should not weaken its pursuit of the international monetary system transformation to change the balance of power and the rules of the game in the interests of developing countries. So far, no progress has been made on the IMF Comprehensive Quota Formula Review, lack of consolidated BRICS position on a deeper reform of the international monetary system, including the establishment of a new reserve currency or multiple international currencies system, precluded any progress on this issue in the G20. One of the core causes of the BRICS, the crisis, the dominance of the dollar as the international currency and the related asymmetrical vulnerabilities to economic and financial shocks was not addressed. BRICS should develop and strengthen its own institutions. The new institutions create public goods for the BRICS. They proved effective in the BRICS fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. The new development bank promptly provided 4 billion emergency finance for China, India, Brazil, and South Africa. It continued its regular operations. It plans to provide 10 billion in crisis-related assistance. And remarkably, the new development bank successfully placed 2 issuances of in total, 305 billion COVID response bonds in the international capital markets. Strengthening of the BRICS institutions may generate catalytic influence for the international monetary system reform. But what's more important, it will contribute to shaping a more equitable global governance system and strong, sustainable, balanced and inclusive growth. To conclude, we face a formidable challenge, and it is vital that the BRICS not only takes action to deal with the crisis and create a bridge to resilient recovery, but also leads the way forward to building the international architecture adequate for the 21st century. These priorities may become BRICS of a productive and positive agenda. I very much hope they are heard. I believe that they may re-energize BRICS cooperation at the difficult times we are going through now. I would like to thank the organizers for convening this intellectually and emotionally stimulating discussion. The 2 days have been really, really inspiring. It is a privilege to be part of it. Thanks to all.
Thank you so much, Marina. Really in-depth analysis of the situation. And you're very right about pointing out that the duality of cooperation BRICS and the current situation. So you said that it's both an asset and a difficulty, the diversity that BRICS are having, but at the same time, also the situation we're living in also presents us both with challenges and opportunities. And the way how BRICS manages to combine their diversity from the asset point and from their point of view of divergences shows them a better way to use the opportunities for current situation and to overcome the challenges. So this is a really important. Thank you so much. I would like now to pass the word over to Dr. Yaroslav Lysavolik, who is not only a big brain in international relations, but he's also, he holds the position of program director for Valdai Discussion Club. We just saw it having its annual meetings, and Vladimir Putin, President of Russia, talking in there. But what's no less important, that you also have a practical cloud. So you've been part of their IMF, as an advisor to the executive director for Russia. You've been part of Deutsche Bank. Now you are also a senior managing director, head of the research at Sberbank investment research. So it's you could compare both views, both theoretical and practical, and this is of the utmost importance. So please give your view on that.
Thank you very much for this introduction. Yes, from a practical point of view, I will start off by saying that the response coming from the BRICS with respect to this crisis, in some respects, I think fulfilled some of the hopes, and certainly what has been mentioned by Professor Larionova with regard to the new development bank and the response of the new development bank, that was very important. However, I think there's room for improvement, and specifically, I think the contingency reserve arrangement of the BRICS has not been as visible during this crisis so far. And really, the function there is more preemptive, is more about looking at ways to mitigate the possible vulnerabilities with respect to the BRICS economies, to look at some of the risk scenarios. If you look at the analogy between the BRICS CRA and, say, the IMF, it seems, is doing far more in terms of being proactive and looking at the vulnerabilities and analyzing what these vulnerabilities mean for the member countries. I think more of such work needs to be done in terms of ex ante preemptive analysis of emerging vulnerabilities needs to be done by BRICS CRA. And that would, of course, be very instrumental for BRICS economies in dealing with this crisis. I think there is clearly a bit of a parallel here between what the BRICS economies are experiencing and the global economy more generally. I believe that the coordinated anti-crisis response coming from the G20 was not strong enough, was not well coordinated. Some may say it was perhaps an improvement on the 2008-2009 exercise, anti-crisis exercise, but my view is that there's tremendous room for improvement. And again, we need, both at the global level and at the level of BRICS, we need an ex ante pre-arranged existing framework ahead ahead of the crisis, that looks at the scenarios, looks at the vulnerabilities, and has a plan of how to deal with a crisis, what the blueprint of dealing with a crisis should be. This is something that we're lacking at the global level and at the level of BRICS. Second point is with respect to some of the reserves that both the global economy and the BRICS have in terms of boosting their cooperation. And my view is that the greatest reserve is with respect to regional arrangements, regionalism. This is something that is not well integrated at the global level into the global institutions. There's not enough connectivity between regional trading arrangements, regional development banks, regional financing arrangements, and global institutions, the respective global institutions such as the World Trade Organization, the IMF, and the World Bank. I think that kind of connectivity we need in the BRICS as well. We have a host of regional institutions where BRICS countries are members. We have regional trade arrangements where BRICS countries are leaders. And these very important vehicles of integration of anti-crisis response need to be more integrated into the BRICS framework. This is starting to be the case. And specifically, if you look at, say, the New Development Bank, we're talking about the opening of the regional offices of the New Development Bank. This is something that will hopefully deliver more of a regional response going forward, something that I think is very important, that we're not confined just to the level of the BRICS countries in terms of the anti-crisis response, but that this anti-crisis stimulus is shared with the rest of the global economy, and most notably with the regional partners of the BRICS economies. I think it's also encouraging that the New Development Bank is starting to adopt a pattern of sorts whereby in the implementation of its projects, it's starting to cooperate more and more, not just with the national development institutions, but with regional development institutions. And there are some model cases specifically between the New Development Bank and the Eurasian Development Bank in implementing and launching some of the projects also most recently. I also want to highlight that globally we see trends whereby we're starting to see the IMF making steps towards encouraging greater cooperation amongst regional institutions, specifically regional financing arrangements. And there are some that are participating from the BRICS sphere in these regular coordination exercises between the G20, the IMF, and the regional financing arrangements such as the BRICS CRA and the Eurasian Fund for Stability and Development. So this is the reserve that I think is very important to be aware of and to make use of, because if you look at the global economy, the sum of the regional development banks is greater than the resources of the World Bank. The sum of the regional financing institutions is greater than the resources of the IMF. The total power of regional trading arrangements is arguably far, far greater than that of the WTO. So I encourage my colleagues across the BRICS universe to take a greater look at the tremendous potential that is harbored in regionalism, BRICS-related regionalism. The third point that I want to make is that in this time of crisis, we should not be introvert in terms of how we react to this crisis. We should be looking to deliver more of a global response to the world economy. It is precisely at a time like this that the global role of BRICS can be validated, and it can only be possible if this anti-crisis stimulus is shared, is delivered not just to the BRICS themselves, but to their regional partners and the broader economy. And again, in order for this to happen, a greater coordination with regional institutions in which BRICS countries are members should take place. And finally, the final point that I want to make is that we live at a time of what some people call the platform economy. We're seeing platforms created at the corporate level. We're seeing countries, regions serving as platforms of sorts of, creating platforms of integration whereby not just individual countries, but regional groupings, regional integration blocks are starting to form mega regional projects, mega regional platforms. So I think we should be starting to think in this platform mentality as well, in terms of what new platforms, what concrete steps, concrete projects, concrete platforms we can build, because this process is clearly gaining pace, and a lot of BRICS competitors are doing precisely that. So one of the proposals that I would make would be to look at the possibility of creating a platform for the sovereign wealth funds of the BRICS economies, given their tremendous role and the rising role that we've seen throughout the past decade. So with that, let me end my intervention. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Raslav. Very important points. Obviously, BRICS would be really an innovative and most up to today's needs mechanism if it were to find those preventive measures, because now we all, and global institutions, were really bad at that. They keep talking about the need for prevention, but always when the crisis comes out, there's always somewhat chubby reaction to it, not even a skilled one. And this is a real problem. And with regards to regionalism, it is true that each of the BRICS countries, they present like a linchpin, like their major point of attraction and main actor in each respective region. And thus they could be playing a leading role in accumulating this potential and offering a new paradigm for global cooperation of regions, and this is the process that's gaining pace, and important for BRICS to take lead in that. And obviously with platform, another really important idea, we already have a number of sectoral issues that are where BRICS started forming platforms, be it agriculture, be it energy, be it I think the other area is STI. So they are what we are trying to do with UNIDO. But it is true that BRICS could go into more effective mode using this new mode of cooperation. So thank you so much for very valuable proposals, and we would definitely see them as part of our recommendations, and I'm sure leaders would listen to those and adjust their activities as follows. Allow me now to give the word to Rodrigo Francalosi de Moraes, who is the researcher of the Institute for Applied Economic Research, who is also doing a lot of research in global policy, in global responsibility, security studies. And interestingly, he before joining academia, he used to be the Brazilian Army officer, also very different from the rest of the BRICS countries' position that the army is having. So it might give a different perspective, not because of this background, also because of the speciality that this entity is having in Brazil. So please, the floor is yours, Rodrigo. Please unmute. We cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now? Oh.
Yeah, now it's okay.
Yep. Yeah, you good now? Yep. All right. Sorry. Well, good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are. It's great to share this panel with such great scholars from the Global South, so we can try to build our own perspectives about the world. I'll first say a few things about the global order, or the idea of a shifting world order, just to provide a bit of context, and then we can think about global governance. I'm just trying to share here the presentation. Just a second. So, of course, the global order is shifting, right? That's not me who is saying this. This is what you can find in the academic literature. I'm just trying to articulate knowledge produced by others. But this phrase, shifting world order, can be a bit problematic, because one of the first things that comes to mind is the rise of China. And on the one hand, of course, this is a big part of the story. This is true. This is extremely important. But on the other hand, can be a bit misleading because there is much more happening. And also sometimes this is politically used, right, to portray China as some type of threat. We have basically two types of changes in the global order. So first we have material changes, but we also have normative changes. When I talk about material changes, I talk about the quantity and distribution of material power, things like technology, knowledge, resources, capital, etc. And there is a broad process of diffusion of power from the West towards the East and the South that goes far beyond the rise of China. We can just think about the Middle East, or about Southeast Asia, South Asia, Latin America. The BRICS itself is an expression of these, right? Using the term BRICS 30 years ago wouldn't have made any sense at all. So this graph shows the number of people living in a situation of extreme poverty between 1990 with a projection until 2030. So around 1 billion people, or more, slightly more than 1 billion people, have left poverty in a 25-year period. And I want to stress two things here, right? First, that this is not limited to China, although of course China is a big part of this story. And second, this process has empowered people. As Marina was saying, right? So these, not all of them, right, but many of these people now have more nutrients, right? People with more nutrients are more able to work, are more able to study. There's also diffusion of power, right, towards non-state actors, right, on a global scale. So multinational corporations, like their power have increased simply because economies are more open, technological barriers have been removed, people's income on average is higher. This also applies to civil society, NGOs, and advocacy networks, right? They can work in a way that they simply couldn't 30 years ago, just because of political or the removal of many technological barriers. And that's one side of the story, right? Because there are also extremely important normative changes, and this has important implications for global governance. An example, right? Until the 1970s, there were colonial empires. And besides being a material process, there was a normative change in what is perceived as, in terms of what is perceived as legitimate or correct. And we all here consider the very existence of colonial empires as absurd, I'm pretty sure, but sometimes we don't realize that this was constructed as a norm, right? A norm that the very existence of colonial empires is unacceptable in the modern world. In parallel, there was another norm that emerged, a norm that developing countries or very small, or even very small countries, or extremely poor countries, should have a greater voice, should have a greater say in international affairs. And this has become more and more accepted as a norm. It considered as illegitimate, right? Today, that just a small group of rich countries can simply try and shape the global order. So the world has become more complex and also less hierarchical, right? Power is much more diffused than it was just a few decades ago. What I ask is, in this world, more complex and less hierarchical, right, do you think that this type of cooperation is likely to be effective, which, let's say, two heads of government meet, and there are pictures and videos and news, they sign agreements, and then everything miraculously happen? It's very unlikely, right? Because if we open the state, we're going to find something much more chaotic, like a myriad of actors, often clashing with one another. Have the executive, the legislative, different government sectors. We have political parties, special interest groups, NGOs. So what should we do in this world? And better, how can we do what we want, right? The focus here is more on how to do it than what to do it. Right? We know the problems, right? But the main challenge is on how to do it, right? How to solve global issues. And I want to draw our attention here to a concept, right? A concept that has been very used in international relations. That's my field. Is the concept of orchestration. So there is a large literature on this, the work of Duncan Snyder or Kenneth Abbott or Thomas Hale, for example. And the focus here is that governing and solving common issues, solving problems should be done through activating, convening, mobilizing, rather than controlling, commanding. So this is about the creation and management of networks, and not the creation and management of pyramids. And I'm not sure if all of you agree, but this is a bit of a problem in the BRICS, right? Because things are still very state-centric, right? There are low levels of mobilization of actors in civil society, and sometimes even within a state. Why is this a problem, right? It's a problem because knowledge and skills are not concentrated on anyone, right? They're not concentrated on me or on anyone else. Knowledge is in the system. So it's more about mobilizing knowledge, mobilizing skills, people, institutions. Okay? Well, how to orchestrate, right? So this is also something you can find in the academic literature. I'm just gonna try to summarize everything here. So first we need to check the external conditions, right? Is this issue, let's say climate change or drug trafficking or public health, is this politically salient or not? Who is working with this? Are there NGOs, corporations, which government sectors, which governments are working with this issue? Then we have to look at ourselves. Are we able to do this? Do we have our organization has the capacity to work in terms of managing networks? Do we have experience working with non-state actors, for example, funding their activities? Do we have experience in working with other government sectors or not? Or we are mainly an island, right, insulated from the rest of the state? And then we need to think in terms of the appropriate form of orchestration. There are mainly three options, right? Depending on the circumstances. We may need to initiate something. So nothing is happening or almost nothing is happening. So we need to start the process. Or perhaps things are already happening, but we need to boost them. So this can be done through funding, for example. So is more in terms of supporting. Or do we need to shape processes? Things are already happening, people are already working with a certain issue, but perhaps not towards the direction that we want. So we need to steer things to a certain position, right, to a certain direction. And I want to draw just start. I just want to draw perhaps our attention to the role of leaders. So in a traditional approach, leaders command people, right? They give orders. They think in terms of hierarchical structures, right? Of a pyramid. But in such a complex and less hierarchical world, leaders have to mobilize, not command people. They have to activate and convene. Because again, the problem is that sometimes people think that leaders know what is good, right? And they give orders and everything is going to be solved. But actually, they don't, right? Because they can't. Nobody individually knows what is good, because knowledge is in the system, right? It's about mobilizing this knowledge. There is a great book called Greed is Dead that has been recently launched by Paul Collier and John Kay. And this book is a criticism against two things, against an extreme form of individualism, and also about top-down ways of solving issues. And one of the things they say is that leaders have to be communicators in chief rather than commanders in chief. Just to finish, I'd like to show you something, and I'm going to try to share the screen again, and I apologize for this confusion. And we all know this story, right? In 1946 or 1947, George Kennan, who was a US diplomat based in Moscow, sent what became known as the long telegram, right? In which he defended the idea of containment, right? The need of containing the Soviet Union. We all know this story, but what I want to stress here is that the cost, what was the cost of sending that long telegram? So in today's values, the cost of that would be around $70,000 just to send a telegram. So this is something that a state could afford, but not a civil society. So what I mean here is that this is a new world in many different ways, and you can have even small groups, like perhaps a small NGO, using this new context of decreasing transportation communication costs, like to mobilize people and institutions in a way that they couldn't a few decades ago. I'd like to thank you for your attention, and hopefully we can talk more about this in the Q&A. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. In fact, very interesting idea. You mentioned the orchestra, right? So it just gave me allusion to their concert of Europe from the 19th century in a way. So it's an interesting way to look at the BRICS from this point of view and see what good sides of that in terms of finding common positions could be seen in that type of mechanism, in that type of coordination between the countries. So thanks a lot. Now allow me to further give the floor to Akshay Mathur, who is the director of Mumbai office of the Observer Research Foundation. Akshay Mathur also is a senior fellow with the Center for International Governance and Innovation. I'm mentioning it because this is quite a visionary institute in Canada. I remember we had a joint publication back in, I believe, 2007, where we were discussing possibilities of the G20 formation, and thus, in fact, it came as a reality on a leaders level very soon. So I'm sure, and I know people from there as well, and all of them are quite forward-looking, and presence of you there as a senior fellow also proves that it keeps up their momentum. So Akshay, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Can you hear me okay? Okay. Thank you very much, and thanks for referring to both my affiliations with the Observer Research Foundation as well as with CIGA Canada. Very happy to be here and want to congratulate the Russian presidency of BRICS, especially your chairmanship of the BRICS Academic Forum. I'm going to focus my intervention on two parts. One is I'm going to I have some perspectives to give on what BRICS has done so far in terms of its grand strategy, and the second part on what it can do. If we look back, I think evaluating BRICS, we can break it into two parts. One is how well have we collaborated on global issues? And second is how well have we done in strengthening intra-BRICS cooperation? And my submission to you would be that I think on global issues, and as well as on strengthening intra-BRICS cooperation, I think we have been somewhat successful, or rather moderately successful. Now, there are some examples that are always given when it comes to BRICS successes, but I want to give a few in which I think we could have done better. I think there is definitely an unfinished agenda, even if this is an annual exercise and we have to repeat it, but it is an unfinished agenda, so we must repeat that there is a global financial system that still needs reform. If anything, the sovereign economic crisis that is going to follow the COVID-19 crisis, the debt crisis, is going to require us to go back to the drawing board on the global financial system. So when we talk about credit rating agencies, the financial and energy benchmarks, all of these issues still remain an issue that we need to do at BRICS. I do want to add that there were a few things that BRICS had succeeded, and I'm always a little, I suppose, a little miffed on why we do not take more credit for these successes. So for instance, the transformation of the Financial Stability Forum to the Financial Stability Board. I think a lot of it had to do with the pressure and the representation that BRICS had on the international forum at that time. Of course, we put pressure for World Bank and IMF reforms, and it could not have happened without the leadership or the co-leadership of the Western nations. But for sure, I think the Financial Stability Board is something that we should keep in mind. We also should keep in mind some of the joint positions we have taken, whether it is rejecting sanctions, unilateral sanctions, or strikes on Libya. I know we had different positions on Syria, but certainly Libya we should remember. So that's the first part on reflecting back. The second part on how well we have done on strengthening intra-BRICS partnership. Of course, NDB and CRA are examples that we show for ourselves, which are our successes. In a lot of cases, we started to make progress. We have launched a lot of programs. And I have done an analysis of about 28 programs that BRICS have launched. For instance, the BRICS Local Currency Bond Fund, the BRICS Intra-Central Bank Agreement, the BRICS Roadmap for Trade and Services. There are so many. We all know these programs. When I looked at these 28 programs, I could only identify 7 which are actually operational. Now, that's about 1/4. And we can argue if there are 1 or 2 more extra that have done better. Clearly, there have been meetings that have been held on far more of these issues after they were launched. There have been attempts to realize them, but not all of them have come to an operationalization. So, for instance, the CRA has been operationalized. The system of exchange and macroeconomic information was operationalized. The bond fund, we still have to get there. The roadmap for trade and services, we still have to get there. So I think when we look at strengthening of intra-BRICS cooperation, we should give ourselves maybe somewhat successful. This raises, I think, 2 issues in my mind. One is that what should we be focusing on? This is the second part of my intervention. What should we be focusing on as a grand strategy looking ahead, and how we should do it? I take note of my previous speakers who were either talking about orchestration or they were talking about continuing to use institutions, the BRICS institutions and regional institutions to continue the good work. And I'm going to add to that, or maybe second those points to say that I think we're using different words, but we mean the same thing, that we need a little bit more effort on the plumbing of how BRICS works. We have a lot of initiatives in place, but we need to put a little bit more effort on plumbing. And maybe while we can have some overarching vision documents, maybe if we take a more focused project-based approach for getting things done. For instance, I think I can openly admit in this forum that sometimes I do compare the work that we have done in BRICS with OECD has done for either European countries, the advanced nation, or G20 for that matter. OECD is leading the tax framework, the BTTC, as we all know, the base erosion and profit shifting. It's leading work on digital taxation now. And it has come up with targeted work. In fact, it's come up with many concept papers, even if the European countries and advanced nations do not agree. So I think one of the things that the BRICS, as a forum, as a leaders forum, the BRICS NDB as a bank, and the BRICS Academic Forum as a group of scholars and researchers should do, is we should continue to put out some concept notes and concept papers, even if they are not consensus based. Because that can help generate some ideas on how we can move forward. It will look like we've at least thought through some of the options, if not all the options. That's in terms of plumbing. And lastly, what can be the grand strategy? Coming from India and also looking at the world around us, I cannot but provide this maxim maybe. And that maxim maybe, I think we should continue to use we should continue to redefine how we want to approach globalization and the global economy. Maybe a maxim of something like this, the global economic system for the masses, could be one maxim that we work with. And I have 5 elements for that we can think about. So one is advancing a new globalization. So a real focus on sustainable development and small and medium enterprises. A second one could be partnering on global institutions. I mentioned that we're talking about the unfinished reform agenda, but we also have other things like Treaty on Outer Space. We can think of governance of cyberspace, biotechnology. A third one could be securing and stabilizing the global economic system. I draw particular attention to issues of terror financing, the cybersecurity of digital payments, securing financial and critical market infrastructure. I think the financial system today, when you look at the work that is being done by the Financial Stability Board, the Bank of International Settlements, FSB, is so focused on the financial aspects of the financial system as opposed to securing it from an international security perspective. A fourth point there would be just mainstreaming sustainability. And I think that we are trying to do that in many ways. We are working towards climate agenda, so I would leave it there. But certainly, multilateral credit rating and credit guarantee system has to be one part of that. And lastly, I want to make a point on capitalism and corporations. I think we have 4 different economies and 4 different kinds of economies, and that is always brought in as an invective. It is always brought in as a negative dimension of BRICS, that we have 4 different economic systems. But that also means that we have 4 different kinds of corporations, 4 different kinds of economic participants. And I think that we have a chance here to redefine the role of corporations and the role of enterprises in the economy. And by that, what I mean is that I think a focused effort on what corporations can do, how they can lead diplomacy, how they can lead international engagements would be very helpful. So I think if we took examples of corporations and how they're functioning in each of the 5 economies, it would help to create the economy and the kind of corporations and enterprises we need for the future. With that, I will stop here. Victoria, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thanks so much, Akshay. In addition, of course, to all the points, I would like to only stress on something that was also mentioned by the other speakers, is that there's much bigger potential for BRICS to act in a number of institutions that were created so far, not all functioning. So you counted like about 1/4. We've discussed earlier at the BTTC that the preparation also of their overview of their economic partnership strategy for the BRICS. And also, yes, we do see a significant progress in a number of areas, but in fact, it is true that we as an expert community need to push our leaders to be more considerate. If you take their commitment, if you take the decision, you have to deliver on that. It's not enough to just create an institution, a working group, a roadmap, and then not do anything on that. It's just like we can enlist all the documents, but as soon as they don't have their result, it wouldn't matter in a long term. And we need to learn lasting results that would be beneficial for our countries, and this is extremely important. And like institutions like you mentioned, or let's say arrangements like CRA, both Dr. Lisovolek and you've mentioned them, this is vital for them to play a role and to be seen, especially at the times of crisis. And this is somewhere where BRICS needs to step up more. Thank you so much once again. Now allow me to give further the floor to Professor Zhang Xin, who is the Deputy Director of the Center for Russian Studies of the East China Normal University, who would give us his view on major developments of BRICS from the Chinese point of view and what we need to do in order to make it more efficient and effective. The floor is yours.
Great, thank you. Just check. Can you hear me well? Hello? All right, so I'll start. I'll make my comments very short because I think we are running quite a bit over time. So I'll make three major points. One is how to assess where we are in the overall development of BRICS. Second is some of the recent new contexts where BRICS is facing. Last is where are some of the new areas that BRICS can work or should work to strengthen collaboration and enhance its impact on global affairs. So my assessment of BRICS is a little bit more pessimistic than probably most of my colleagues on this panel. I think given the original expectation, BRICS so far has not been able to develop a significant autonomous collective actors in global affairs. As someone said, it's still the dependent variable, not the major independent variable in international affairs. And in a lot of the key policy areas, the BRICS have not become a real significant impact yet. I think the most significant achievement for me is how BRICS still manage to stay together and constantly try to redefine and readjust its organizational mandate and its functional principles on a regular basis while try to adapt to the evolving international situation. That's actually quite an achievement by itself. And also the genuine interest in promoting political multipolarity on the one hand and economically a somewhat non-Western or non-liberal development possibility. That genuine interest in that is still solid. I think that's another actually quite significant achievement. That's my first major point. Second is the BRICS in the past few years have been trying to adapt to the quickly shifting international or larger global context. Remember when the idea of BRICS, first BRIC, not BRICS at that time yet, BRIC first emerged, it was proposed by some key American investment banker. So we tend to forget the very first idea of BRIC as a group was not proposed by any of the national government. these four countries at that time. It was actually the idea from an American investment banker. So the very first initial interest in coin this new concept to come up with this new group of countries is driven largely by the need for the global capitalist system to define and found possible new pillars of capital expansion and economic expansion. So these are the potential sources for new sensations in the global capitalist system. So if we take that into consideration, we can notice how much has changed in the overall context where BRICS is now located in. To add on that, the recent COVID crisis also created some of the significant institutional or environmental constraints when we think about the future BRICS development, right? The recent crisis challenged basically the defining feature of the last rounds of globalization almost completely. It challenged the basic principles of free mobility and connectivity, and all the recent trends of conservative turns in major countries around the world, a tendency to reverse to protectionism, are now become the standard context BRICS has to further adapt to. Unfortunately, to bring the second point to the first point, I would say so far it seems it's the larger context that will determine the future of BRICS rather than the other way around. My last point, given the relatively pessimistic assessment, is to look for possible areas for strengthening BRICS either intra-group collaboration or solidarity, or promoting further expanding BRICS' overall impact or influence on the global affairs. On this point, I would also highlight the ongoing crisis, the recent crisis, also create some new possibilities and new sources for exploration of new ideas, new knowledge, and new urgencies for changes, and possible even some new visions for future development. As we see in history, crisis sometimes can also become the harbingers of reforms, right? So the tendency to go back to country level competition, go back to protectionism, which was further exacerbated by the recent COVID crisis, but also reminds us that the necessity of developing new infrastructures. Infrastructures can somewhat mitigate the negative the negative tendencies we are seeing right now during this ongoing crisis. The new infrastructures include 5G, big data, cloud service, the Internet of Things, etc. And I hear the concept of platform from one of our Russian colleagues. I think there is some big overlap between what he was referring to as different platforms and what I was proposing the attention to new infrastructure. So BRICS country, some of these 5 countries are already going much faster than the others on the developing and envision all kinds of new infrastructures. So this creates a possibility for both intra-group collaboration and further extending the BRICS group's influence beyond the group. The second one is to think and study the possible new way of promoting globalization, or as my previous speaker from India referred to as new globalization, if I recall the terminology he uses. And the current crisis challenged some of the basic foundation of globalization as we see in the post-Cold War era, predominantly led by US political forces and supported by a series of new liberal ideologies. But the challenge to that kind of globalization doesn't mean there are not or there won't be other forms of globalizations. The new infrastructure, as I already mentioned, and also some countries' practice of geopolitical or geographic new ways of forming global economy, like in China's case, intensify the practice of different type of economic corridors, really brings to our attention there is a possibility to think, experiment, and further extend a different type of globalization. So I'm glad to hear our Indian colleagues to some extent echoes my attention to new type of globalizations. And I may even propose the concept of governance of mobility, or governance in mobility, for a possible key concept for future governance of our global or regional economies as a central concept, particularly as a way to think of the possible way out of the pandemics, particularly the future further breakouts of the pandemics. Right? So in this regard, BRICS could intensify its collaboration in these three different aspects. And if there's a progress within these 5 countries, definitely there will be further extended effects to countries and the regions outside of these groups too. So with that, I'll stop and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Singh, who would otherwise move us forward as the optimists and realists, if not pessimists. So thank you for offering this additional impetus to us. Just one little point. Usually it's a somewhat, not mistake, but some incorrect understanding of who invented the BRICS. People start saying about Jim O'Neill. I've been talking to people who were behind the invention of this proposal, and this is just a market product that was lost. It had nothing to do with exact countries of those. It just had to had R, so that's why Russia got in it. Probably China was the only one who was going to be there from the start. That's the explanation. I'm just citing it. It could have been India, it could have been Indonesia at that time, so they just needed a vowel for it to sell nicely to the American business. It has nothing to do with the current concept. Who is really behind that, although each country has their own, figures among expert circles and political circles. Like in Russia, it was Eugene Primakov, who was back in their second half of the 90s, foreign minister, then prime minister of Russia. But what's more important, he's a very well-known and very deep thinker in Russia. Now Institute of World Economy and International Relations has his name, and he's been behind suggestion that the world is much bigger than the West. And that is why Russia needs to diversify its policies, just judge if we look at it from the point of view of Russia. And they are very significant actors and important actors like China, like India. So that's why we were, he was also talking about this triangle, Russia, India, China. He also was the one to get us back to cooperation with Latin America. And here we have Brazil. And then Africa. So it's each country has their own national leader in that, and probably Primakov was the closest and number one in bringing the concept of BRICS into the global agenda. But Jim O'Neill was just selling the product of any nice, good sounding investment options for Americans. Nothing more. So I'm really getting anxious when I'm hearing somebody attributing our wonderful gathering to something different. Thank you so much. Now I'm moving on to give the word to Professor Sifamandla Zondi, who is the chair of South African BRICS think tank. I know Professor Zondi also has some comments in reaction to Dr. Lisavolek's speech. I didn't mention it because I thought you would put it in your speech as well. And please try to keep to 10 minutes because we are really running out of time. We have 2 more discussions after that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm going to get this done. Yeah, thanks so much. I will echo the views of my colleagues and recognize all that has been said before, but say that my entry point is this. There's a lot that is being discussed about BRICS and its role in the world and its role in the evolving global governance that is happening. A lot of shifts, a lot of changes that were pointed out in the opening session, and all of those. In my view, these relate to 3 things. One is the fear of BRICS. So there's a lot of narrative that is about the potential role of BRICS that is premised on fear and skepticism about BRICS. The second one is discussion on the same thing that is based on a hope about BRICS. And that usually comes from the global south, comes from the periphery, comes from critical voices, which is why that view is split into 2. One is urging BRICS to continue to pursue transformation of global governance and take more a direct stance and take more leadership. And the other part is disappointed and thinks that BRICS is just in there to add the numbers, it's not really pursuing any change, it's kind of status quo powers, and they use the term sub-imperialism. The third one is expectation. The expectation coming mainly from the countries of the global south that the BRICS might be a platform on which they place the long-standing issues, the long-standing arguments for a new economic order, for a more inclusive global economic growth, for a more just global governance system. All of these 3 forces challenge BRICS one way or the other in relation to how does it become global governance. Now, from within BRICS, I think a 3rd element, a 4th element might be added, which is about how does BRIC become BRICS? Not just the 5 countries, but BRICS become BRICS as an actor on global governance, where the solidity of a group arguing one position is important for the potential success of that particular position. Now, it is why you ask a question, could BRICS become a more cohesive actor in pursuit of a transformation of global governance about which there is fear, about which there is hope, and about which there is an expectation. Obviously, BRICS has committed itself to this transformation of global governance or reform of global governance. Of course, there's big difference between reform and transformation, I know. And BRICS has envisaged a reformed global governance situation in a number of declarations, of course. And of course, the BRICS rejects the global governance of a few, for a few, driven by a few. That is obvious. Then the transformation of global governance that BRICS is talking about, it must remember, it's an old stream of the periphery. It's one of the most enduring wish in the South. But it's also an old fear of the status quo. We know this looking into the literature going back to the 1960s, when there was a sense that with the arrival of larger numbers of the former colonies, the system would be transformed in fundamental ways. So the status quo, which by the way, the status quo is not always in the North alone. The status quo is also in the South. There are elements of the status quo which fears change, fears fundamental transformation, though it is a wish of the vast majority of the peoples of the world and of the countries of the world. And I think the COVID-19 pandemic has thrown open this dynamic of clash between hope and fear, between dream and pessimism about the possibility of this transformation of global governance and the role of BRICS in it. And there's obviously, though, an opportunity for fashioning the new consensus, because everybody, as it was said in the opening session of this academic forum, there is expectation that there will be something new emerging here. We talk about a new normal after COVID-19, talking about health situation, education situation. Similarly, in global governance, there's an expectation that there will be a new consensus about how the world will be shaped going forward, what kind of an order will shape. Given the fact that during the COVID-19 situation, we saw those elements of the old approach to global governance that we do not like. Ultranationalism, jingoism, racism, unilateralism, division, fragmentation. That order of global governance is one that must end. The new one must be end. And the BRICS have used the term strengthening via reforming. It was suggested that we could strengthen by reforming, and that reforming and strengthening are not mutually exclusive. And therefore, that must be a possibility for building consensus between the North, which believes in strengthening, and the South that believes in reforming at the same time as strengthening. And the idea of an equitable, of a just, of a fair, and an inclusive global governance is an idea that remains a dream, has not yet been realized, as we saw COVID-19 show us. Now, if BRICS is going to become that catalytic agent and a cohesive one agent for this new global governance, it will require a number of things. It will require to strengthen its internal cohesion. We have to continue to work on strengthening internal consensus about that which we want. Strengthen internal coordination and cooperation on areas where we agree, and strengthening the ability for BRICS to become an actor. There's a lot of work done in international relations that talk about actorness as critical to making a difference. And BRICS actorness is at stake here. Is BRICS an actor? Is BRICS an actor, singular actor, and a cohesive one? You need to strengthen that. And that means also part of it, deepening intra-BRICS cooperation across all areas of policy, not just governance, but across all areas of policy, because the more the BRICS excel in internal coordination on health, on education, on digital transition, and all of those kind of things, the more it enhances its actorness in the world. It would also need to strengthen its structured and intense cooperation at the United Nations. Right now, the BRICS countries have occasional meetings and consultations, BRICS ambassadors to the UN, they talk and all that, but there is an opportunity to enhance that a little bit more. In similarly at the G20 and all of that, to signal to the world that BRICS is a cohesive actor, but it's not cohesive against, it's cohesive for something positive for the whole world, because it will attract other parts of the world. Certainly the G77 would be attracted to that. Clear and to be clear and insistent on global reform. On the UN, on UN Security Council, on IFI, the BRICS cannot afford to be hesitant on whether we need to improve the whole system of global governance. It can't be seen to be hesitant on reform of what is unjust and what is exclusive and what is causing harm to other peoples of the world. Certainly, BRICS could harness what it has already started, the BRICS Plus. I saw that the colleagues in Canada computed the numbers of countries that have come to this BRICS Plus and found that there were just over 48 countries that have interacted with BRICS. And that's a huge group if it is considered informally as part of an extended BRIC, a BRICS Plus, because it will be a good platform for building and harnessing a new consensus on what that global governance is. Also, relationships with other global bodies and regional bodies, of course, would be a critical part of this. And lastly, BRICS's response now practically to this one specific challenge to global governance, like this vaccine nationalism and the geopolitics of vaccine right now, could also indicate that it's a critical player and a cohesive or cohesive player in global governance. It is responses to growing trust in the international cooperation, that positive story of growing trust in international cooperation that the COVID-19 has generated. Harnessing that would also indicate that BRICS is, and BRICS' ability to respond cohesively as well to the implementation of the SDG, which could happen through an implementation, monitoring, accountability framework, similar to the one proposed at the end of the MDGs, could also make it an exemplary actor that is cohesive in governance. Then, in conclusion, so BRICS can be an agent for this new consensus or a consensus on a new global governance, on the reforms, on changes, on the transformation of this. If it strengthens its internal cohesion and its external coherence, and if it champions a new agenda itself for global reform. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Indeed, seeing the paths on where to dream on and to see how much we can actually become cohesive. In fact, this is their development of what previous speakers have talked about. So if we fail so far to act as a preventive mechanism to prevent the crisis, how efficient could we be in the most vital areas that are now on the agenda for the survival of the international community, for the well-being of the international community? This is indeed really true. Before asking Dr. Lesvolik to respond to some questions, there are also more questions. I will ask our discussants to give their overviews. Please try to keep within 5 minutes. First, Dr. Dmitry Suslov, who is a Deputy Director of the Center for Comprehensive European and International Studies of the National Research University High School of Economics. He's also really a good participant of ours in the expert council, so we're happy to have you with us and to present that report with Valdai earlier. So please, the floor is yours, Dmitry.
Thank you very much, Victoria. I'm very delighted and happy to be here, and in particular, I'm happy that I speak immediately after Dr. Zondi, because I share many of his suggestions, and I completely share the understanding that the mission of BRICS in the coming era is strengthening and reforming global governance and filling the vacuum of global governance that we are observing nowadays. So the mission of BRICS, the global role of BRICS is enhancing and modernizing, reforming global governance. You know, when BRICS was emerging in the end of the previous decade, it was primarily, I think, about strengthening and promoting the interests of the countries themselves. So the initial mission of BRICS could be defined as BRICS for the members of BRICS. These were the major originally four non-Western developing economies, leaders of their relevant regions, in their relevant regions. Then South Africa also joined, and it became a group of 5. And these countries who shared lots of things quite rightly concluded that it is quite beneficial for them, for the sake of their importance, for the sake of their interests, for the sake of the increase of their visibility, to talk and to cooperate. And I would say that this initial mission of BRICS is largely accomplished. Of course, BRICS remains very important and beneficial for its own members, but in the today global environment, BRICS is increasingly important for the world. Not just for the BRICS itself, but for the world. So the new mission of BRICS, on which BRICS has not been very ambitious so far, is BRICS for the world. And this brings me exactly to what Dr. Larionova was talking about the creation of a polycentric, fair international order without global hegemony, in which diversity, political, civilizational, cultural diversity would be respected, in which countries would be able to choose their models of development. This is the strategic purpose of BRICS, and you know, BRICS is already a sample of this international order because of the diversity of the member states, and because the member states of BRICS, they fully share those principles of fair, polycentric, non-hegemonic international order, which we would like to achieve. So, the purpose of BRICS should be to position BRICS, to consolidate BRICS, to develop BRICS as a global governance institution, not in order to undermine someone else. BRICS is not a military alliance, it is not against anyone, but in order to fill the vacuum in global governance, because this vacuum of global governance is absolutely apparent. One of the major contradictions of the world as of today is that transnational and global issues and domains such as climate, nature, environment, and cyber have become existential, not just important, but existential, and the demand on global governance is increasing, but the supply of global governance is decreasing because of the confrontation at the global level and multiplication of instability and conflicts at the regional level. And unfortunately, the global confrontation between the United States and China and the United States and Russia is for a good long while. This policy of dual systemic confrontation which the US conduct and a certain increase of mercantilism in American foreign policy will not cease if Joe Biden wins the current election. And it will continue to undermine the effectiveness of global governance at the global level. It will continue to paralyze global governance institutions. Thus, BRICS, which, as I said, is already a sample of this fair international order, BRICS consists of countries who can and do cooperate on shared interests and on global issues, despite their bilateral contradictions, despite their bilateral rivalries, right? So we are able to combine, and this is one of the reasons why BRICS survived so far, because of this flexibility and because of our capacity to pursue cooperation on shared interests and global challenges, despite our bilateral differences. So BRICS should strengthen, should be more ambitious in terms of positioning itself as a global governance institution. It should cooperate more on global issues rather than bilateral issues between the members of the BRICS, together with the partner countries, primarily within BRICS Plus. BRICS should increase coordination at the global institutions, starting with the UN. And by the way, UN centrism of international relations is also one of the prominent features of this fair international order, and what all the BRICS members also agree upon. Now, in which particular areas I think BRICS can and should be more active in terms of contributing, providing its added value to better global governance and to global governance as such. First, environment, protecting nature, and climate change, struggling against climate change. This is an area where BRICS has not been active so far, and this is, I think, a big mistake. Because climate and environment have really become existential. And because the climate agenda which is being pursued by the West is first unfair, B, divisive, 3, limited, focused on limitation of economic development of the developing countries, right? The Western climate agenda shifts all the responsibility for pollution to producers of dirty materials, whereas to producers of dirty goods. But let's ask a question: who consume those dirty goods? Well, the major consumer of those dirty, polluting goods is still the West. So BRICS should propose a fundamentally new global climate agenda, which would divide responsibility for the climate change and for pollution in a fair way between producers and consumers. And consumers should be no less responsible for the climate change than producers, and to establish a new global regime of limiting pollutions and promoting clean production, in which the rich countries and the developed countries will help the developing countries to move towards that purpose. Second area where BRICS has not been active so far but should in terms of global governance is the regulation of cybersphere and global governance of internet. Again, cyber has become existential for all the areas of our life and development. Cyber area is already a domain of war, of contemporary war. Cyber weapons are considered quite rightly a weapon of mass destruction, the usage of which can trigger even a nuclear conflict. Accusations on the usage of cyber tools in terms of in order to interfere into domestic affairs of states poison interstate relations. So the production of rules, the elaboration of rules here, first within BRICS countries, among BRICS countries, together with BRICS Plus, and then to the global level is, I think, very, very important. Thirdly, economy. Protecting our economic relations and protecting global economic relations from confrontation, because there is an increasing politicization of economic relations. Sanctions are forever, for the observable future. We should not expect sanctions to be repealed in the observable future. Sanctions have become and will continue to be a very important tool of foreign policies of states, so our economic relations should be protected. From that. Yaroslav, Dr. Lisavolek talked a lot about it, so I will not go into detail. And I will conclude with the following suggestion, again echoing to what Dr. Zondi said, that strengthening global governance through BRICS should not be limited to the members of BRICS only. You know, a just polycentric international order is broader than 5 members of BRICS, and there are much more countries in the world who are like-minded, who share this vision of just polycentric international order and a more responsible and fair global governance. Those countries are our natural allies and our natural partners. Thus, I think one of the major purposes of BRICS would be to strengthen and institutionalize the format of BRICS Plus. And create a group of countries, not full-fledged members of BRICS, but a group of countries who are helpful, who are important in strengthening global governance and making global governance more fair and efficient, and who are like-minded in terms of the international order, which we all want to accomplish. So, institutionalization and strengthening a BRICS Plus format, I think, is one of the major purposes of BRICS for the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dmitry. I would now ask Artyom Lukin, who is the Deputy Director of their Oriental Institute School of Regional and International Studies of the Far Eastern Federal University from Vladivostok, to comment. He's a reputed international relations scholar, usually commenting more on Asian area of our world, but now it would be great to see how how BRICS is seen from there, because it could be regarded differently from European part, from the capital, and when you are at their Asian front of Russia, when you're very close to China, to Japan, to Korea, and actually in their middle of their fast development, global development. Artyom, the floor is yours.
Thank you, for for giving me this privilege to be part of this event. I'm not an expert of BRICS, as you mentioned, but I do have some opinions on BRICS. I will try to be very brief. I will make just 3 main points. So the title of the panel refers to grand strategy. To me, grand strategy is something associated with great powers in the first place. And when it comes to great powers, there is a clear division within BRICS. One half of the BRICS belongs to the class of the great powers, Russia, China, and to a certain extent India. But the other half of BRICS, that is South Africa and Brazil, are not the great powers. And I use the classical definition of great power as a state that possesses huge military clout and has global geopolitical ambitions. And the great powers are primarily concerned with political military security in order to maintain and raise their rank in the global power hierarchy. And this is definitely the case with Russia, China, and India. But by contrast, Brazil and South Africa are not so much interested in classical geopolitics and power politics. They're more concerned with human security. And let me just give you one example. This year, Far Eastern Federal University, my university and Dr. Panova's university, hosted the BRICS educational program, inviting students from all the BRICS countries to Vladivostok. And I had a chance to teach them a course in international relations. And you know what? When I started discussing with the BRICS students the subject of the great powers, the students from South Africa and Brazil were sort of puzzled and bewildered. They were visibly uncomfortable because I said to them that the great powers are those nations that have great military capabilities, including nuclear weapons. And frankly, such a reaction from them, such a puzzlement and, you know, bewilderment was a revelation to me. So I realized that Brazilians and South Africans do have a very different mindset politically from Russians, Chinese, and Indians. And most Russians, Chinese, and Indians get excited about strategic weapons because military might gives you the sense of security. It also gives you the feeling of power over other nations. But for Brazilians and South Africans, this is not something to be excited about. So the question is, if this difference with regard to the great power status, the ingrained great power mentality among the Russians, Chinese, and Indians, and the lack thereof in South Africa and Brazil, if it is a weakness of BRICS, or maybe it's a strong point of BRICS. On the one hand, having such different political mindsets should make consensus within BRICS more difficult to achieve. But on the other hand, such contrast in strategic thinking is an advantage because it makes BRICS more whole, more universal. So the great power, realpolitik mindset of Russia and China is moderated by the more human-oriented concerns of South Africa and Brazil. I will skip my second point and I will go straight to my final third point. BRICS was designed as an institution to primarily deal with the economic and social agenda. However, much has changed since the 2000s, and we live in a different era now. To be sure, economic and social issues continue to dominate. They continue to be very important. But as great power rivalries intensify, major war, maybe even World War III, looks more and more imaginable. And it is no longer just a hypothetical risk, it's a very real risk. The question is whether BRICS should or could do anything to diminish the likelihood of a major conflagration. And there is already one case when the existence of BRICS played a positive role in preventing a major conflict. Just a few months ago, two members of BRICS, China and India, came dangerously close to starting a border war, as you surely know. And it seems now that they have stepped back from the brink. And to a certain extent, the de-escalation became possible thanks to Russia's de facto behind-the-scenes mediation. In these mediation efforts, Moscow, as you know, also leveraged its BRICS presidency. So I will stop here and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Interesting observations. Although if you hear Lavrov said that the two countries are self-sufficient, they don't need any mediation, so Russia would not be stepping in, just to say that. But we're very much behind time. I'll just give 30-second time for Yaroslav to respond to the question, and then we are to the next session.
The question is from our South African colleague that the cooperation between the new development bank and the multilateral development banks, regional development banks, should not be only about finance, and I completely agree. And I would say that inevitably, due to this COVID crisis, it will expand into areas of not just connectivity and finance, but also education, healthcare, and everything that deals with human capital. I would also point out that there were several proposals yesterday during the session that I moderated that contained concrete proposals on how development institutions could cooperate, including with the new development bank, with regard to regular reviews of ESG sustainability considerations. And your proposal regarding the accountability on SDGs, I think, is a very constructive one. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and please don't turn off. We're taking just 30 seconds to change the setting, and we will start our closing session.
Thanks to everyone.
Thank you.
Sorry, I think we broke your conversation, but we will have it later on. I think you can, once we present our final recommendations and listen our officials on how much they appreciate us, you will be able to get each over to your side a glass of something and just cheer each other for the successful completion of the forum. But before that, we have serious stuff to complete. We've had an extremely intensive 3 days of deliberations. This is the first time when we managed to have such a format. This is not from Good Life that we had it, but it turned out to be a really successful event. We missed each of our friends on the screen now dearly, and we are really, really, really looking forward to seeing you in person. But nevertheless, it didn't impact the quality of discussions and the quality of their documents and recommendations reached. I think we managed to offer a really in-depth analysis of where BRICS is going, why is it going there, what are their strong sides, what are the weak sides, how we can enhance weak sides and strong sides, and what needs to be done in order for BRICS to become more of a genuine mechanism that is ready to prevent crisis rather than only react to it efficiently. So far, at the very start, we came up with the idea that BRICS probably now is the only entity that manages to preserve their human face and to try to find effective solutions to their ongoing turbulences, to ongoing crises. We are very happy to see our Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Ministry of Economic Development joining us here. We would probably first offer the floor to our national coordinators so that they have a really brief deliberations on where, how they assess our current forum, what they find their most important outcomes for that, and where they see BRICS going further. Then I will say a few words on what we've managed to achieve, to present it to our honorable guests, and then we hope to hear some responses. Ivan, if you could start.
Thanks, Victoria. I'll be brief. I just would like to congratulate all of us that were involved in this. I think definitely, although we're not in person, but the debates were quite interesting. And congratulate the Russian presidency for a great agenda. I think the issues, something that is very important that we generally stress when we talk about BRICS, especially in the BRICS Think Tanks Council and the academic agenda, is that it should be connected with the priorities of the presidency. But more than that, we should see the line that brings us from one year to another. So I do see, as the previous host of this meeting, a very good continuum from what we started to discuss in Brasilia, or we continued, in fact, to discuss in Brasilia, and some of the issues that we could definitely go deeper in debate now in Russia. And I'm sure that the debate and the ideas that were brought to the tables, many different issues, will be interesting and useful for those guys that are in the front. So I definitely I see both the BTTC, the BRICS Think Tanks Council, and the Academic Forum this year as a very successful ones, where I think we finally, I think that's part of the getting mature somehow when it comes to the BTTC. We finally started to focus on interesting agendas that will be a lot easier for us, for example, to have a throughout the year work. That's something that we always really wanted to do in creating what Victoria will tell you better in a few minutes. Creating the system of indicators to monitor the progress of BRICS cooperation is definitely a very good idea that I'm looking forward to what we're going to be able to achieve with that. I think it's very interesting, useful, and brings the BTTC to the real agenda, something that we always been trying and to do, and I think we could achieve that with the Russian presidency. So when it comes to the BTTC agenda, definitely I think we have a new momentum that we're creating right now, and we're looking forward to the work we have to do. As far as the academic forum is concerned, I think great debates, again, quite connected to the priorities of the presidency, and I'm sure we all will take very good ideas to our works in our institutions on BRICS, and helping also advise our governments in different aspects of the BRICS cooperation agenda. And hopefully we will be able to go even deeper in some of those questions. I just would like to stress three specific issues that I think that are very important when it comes to economic cooperation, specifically among the BRICS. That is trade, investment, and especially energy. And that's where at IPEA we've been dealing a lot. We've been doing lots of research, and we do expect to share more ideas with you. I think we're going to have many opportunities throughout the year, also with our seminars and workshops that we generally have throughout the year. But starting to discuss more specifically trade issues, trade facilitation, trade agreements, investment facilitation issues that could bring our economies much closer is definitely very important. And I think the debates during the BRICS Academic Forum this year were quite interesting in that sense. And when it comes to energy, I think it's one of the key issues where I do see there is great room for BRICS cooperation. In Brazil, we're starting a new process of reorganizing the energy sector, creating a new energy market, and there are many opportunities there, being the nuclear or in new and renewable energy, be in oil and gas. We're creating a new gas market in Brazil, for example. So just would like to stress those three specific issues on which I'm sure we'll continue to do lots of work throughout the year. Congratulate again the Russian colleagues, Victoria and her team. There's girls from Russia that really did a great job, and it was amazing. And thank you. Count on us. Continue to count on us. Definitely, I think from now on we're going to be able to do a lot more of work throughout the year, and definitely come to India with our Indian colleagues in this continuum of ideas that we share, and more importantly, that we try to bring to the solutions for the policymakers that are there in the front. So thank you very much, congratulations, and continue to count on us in Brazil to deepen BRICS cooperation.
Thank you. Indeed, Brazil is one of our trusted partners, and as you know, you've mentioned energy, specifically energy area, and you know that for Russia traditionally energy is also one of the priority areas for cooperation. So I think we could find a good ground here, both within the energy research platform. I think we should get a even bigger floor in there and use it more solidly for future cooperation, for more projects to be launched between the 5 countries. And also we've mentioned that we're ready to, and this is part of our recommendations, I'm already opening some of those, we're ready to offer our expert support for the roadmap on energy that was approved agreed on by energy ministers earlier this October. So we would be happy to join in and to contribute to this very important work. Thank you once again. And now allow me to further pass the floor to Ambassador Vishwanathan from India. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Victoria. I hope I am audible. It gives me great pleasure to participate in this closing session of the 12th BRICS Academic Forum and the BTTC. For the last 3 days, we have been engaged in intensive and extensive discussions on a whole range of issues which concern BRICS, but which also has impact on the global scale. What I found, and many others would have also found, was the very logical and natural way in which you had organized the sessions. There was a natural flow in that, and that added to the productivity of the sessions. In the opening session, you had the large picture discussion on the world order, shifting world order, and where does BRICS stand. And of course, we had the privilege of listening to the address of His Excellency Sergei Lavrov, the Honorable Finance Minister, for the Foreign Minister of Russia, and that set the tone of our discussions. Then we had 2.5 days of intensive discussions on specific issues of nitty-gritty of sustainable development, health, education, etc., etc. And finally, you are concluding it with again a large picture. And the theme of this session is the BRICS new vision for a better world. So I think this choreography was excellent and it was very productive. And the Indian delegation really enjoyed, and we hope we contributed to, in a modest way at least, to the discussions. So let me at the very outset congratulate Victoria, you and your team for this excellent work, even though it was what I call a hybrid conference. It was very productive and still enjoyable. I have attended conferences which are virtual, and I have attended conferences which are physical. This was a hybrid one, both physical and it was very creative. I must also mention, like Ivan did, the excellent work that we did at the BTTC. We had actually only 2 sessions, but both the sessions were very productive. And we have produced some documents, which of course you will release later. And I think we can take, with all our modesty, we can take legitimate pride in the work of the BTTC in these 2 days. Now, since you mentioned, I'm not sure whether I should say a few words about the BRICS new vision for a better world. I think since the theme is mentioned, I will just mention that vision for BRICS is nothing new. BRICS from the very beginning had always had a vision, because that was a new grouping, and which came with it did not fit into any of the existing groups. And here were 5 countries who made a success of globalization. They had common problems and common challenges. And the second thing was that all the 5 countries felt that the time has come that the global order and the global governance structures have to be modified so that the emerging economies also have a role in that. So from the very beginning, BRICS concentrated on 2 important pillars. One is intra-BRICS cooperation on various issues like health, education, sustainable growth, climate change, peace and security, etc., etc. And we have done fairly well in all those fields. And we have results to show. On the global governance side, the success was rather limited to come by, and it was not because of lack of trying. On global governance side, it is not always in our hands because we have to convince other stakeholders, and we are at the job. And while talking of BRICS initiative in global governance, the stellar performance has been that of the new development bank which BRICS created, and that too in a matter of 3 years. In 2012, the idea was mooted, By 2015, the bank was in position, and by 2016, the bank had started lending loans. And in these COVID times, the performance of NDB has been appreciated by everyone in the world for their new bonds that they created, one in June for $1 billion and one in September for $2 billion. They have also extended loans to the BRICS members to fight the pandemic. And the most important thing is that the bank has a rating of either AAA or AA+, which is more than the credit ratings of the 5 countries. So we can take an example of the New Development Bank, and we can feel confident that if BRICS wants and if BRICS acts together as a cohesive unit, we can create new structures. Because when we created the NDB, it was not only an economic initiative, it was also a political statement. Because in the last 200 years, this was the first time that a global institution was created without the participation of the so-called developed West. So BRICS can do it. BRICS is already an independent and credible force in the international relations. But are we influential enough to change the course of events and the trends? That will depend on how effective we are in taking common positions on important global questions. And here, there are a few things that we have to concentrate. The global governance structure today is in a disarray, and many global institutions need reform. And BRICS is ideally placed to come in and take a leadership role, particularly after COVID, when everything is in disarray. And some of the global institutions, the premier ones like WTO, is unable to cope with the new issues like data management, which have come up with the new technologies and which are creating tensions. Similarly, the premier organization in the world for peace and security, United Nations Security Council, that also needs reforms, and there is a general feeling in the world that it has to be reformed. So these are questions on which BRICS can take common position, and also on the new areas where there is actually no governance or really lack of governance because of new technologies like cybersecurity, internet governance, data management, etc. Now, before others step in, BRICS should step in as the leaders, and we should be creating the norms and the rules for others to follow, and we should be setting in the template. So on the whole, it was a very enjoyable 3 days. We enjoyed it. And before I conclude, on behalf of the Indian delegation, once again, our deep gratitude to the Russian hosts. And next year, India will be the host. And we welcome all of you warmly to visit India. God willing, by the time the pandemic would have been over. And we promise a good time for you. We will also work very hard, but also we will have a lot of fun and games. Thank you once again, and congratulations on the Russian chairmanship of BRICS.
Thank you so much. And yes, we're looking forward to the next year where we could have everything that you just promised to us. Now allow me to give further the floor to Ms. Yihua Huang, Deputy Director General of Research Office of International Department of CPC, China.
Thank you, Victoria. As I mentioned in my remarks in the opening ceremony, we are now facing a complex situation in which the pandemic and the great changes unseen in a century are intertwined. Since the beginning of this year, the BRICS countries have overcome many difficulties and challenges, comprehensively promoted economic, political, and people-to-people cooperation, highlighting the BRICS spirit of helping each other in the darkness, and showed extraordinary determination and resilience, which is really worthy of our pride. And this academic forum has brought together the wisdom and efforts of all parties. So I'd like to express my deepest thanks to my dear colleagues, especially the tremendous and the meticulous work of the Russian side. And thank you, Victoria, for your hard and amazing work. And the profound academic expertise and broad insight of all parties have left a deep impression on me. This meeting was held in a special way, in a special period, and under a special background. Although it lasts only 3 days, I believe that the consensus and achievements we have reached will not only be valued by the leaders' meeting, but also draw the attention from the other of the world and be remembered by history. I have read the recommendations very carefully, and I really like the expression in the last paragraph, we thinking. This is an era in great need of this we thinking. The global epidemic once again proves the importance and urgency of building a community of shared future for mankind. We can't live in a world that is fragmented, where unilateralism and protectionism are rampant. BRICS countries should unite and take the lead in maintaining unilateralism. The international system with the United Nations as a core, the international order based on international law, the multilateral trading system represented by the WTO, and the common interests and development space of emerging markets and developing countries. I have counted the number of times the word multilateral appeared in the recommendations, including the following indicators. It was used 9 times, which fully demonstrates the determination of BRICS countries. I also like the expression in last but one paragraph, people-centered. This is exactly a concept pursued by the Communist Party of China. During the fight against the pandemic, we spared no effort in saving people's life, regardless of their occupation, income, or age, including a 104-year-old senior. Many paragraphs in the recommendations embody this people-centered concept. In terms of epidemic containment and economic recovery, we should adhere to the concept of people first. We should love the people, trust the people, and rely on the people. We, academia, should look up to the sky and also be down to earth. Only when we place ourselves among the people can we put forward high-quality proposals for the summit. And dear colleagues, next week, the 5th plenary session of the 19th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China will be held to study and formulate the 14th five-year plan for national economic and social development and the long-term goal for 2035. This plan starts from 2021 and fully coincides with the period of the new 5-year strategy for BRICS economic partnership. So I think all BRICS countries will have your own economic plan, development plans. Therefore, if you are interested, I suggest that we can hold an online seminar in November to introduce our respective development plans so as to seek more new growth points in economic cooperation between BRICS. I also very much welcome your attention to another 2 important meetings to be held by the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology of China. One of them is called BRICS Future Networks Innovation. We will open another 把那个视频打开。One of them is called BRICS Future Networks Innovation, which will be held on October 29 to 30. And another is called Partnership on New Industrial Revolution, which will be held in December. And I really appreciate your great efforts in recommending experts in your countries to participate in meetings. And some of them, however, have not replied. So we will really appreciate if you can help us reach out to them. And dear colleagues, the epidemic may temporarily stop us from going out and meeting each other, but it will not stop the progress of history. So I believe efforts of all BRICS countries, the natural virus will be defeated and the political virus will also be defeated. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We will indeed try to get connected and listen and participate in their events that you've named. In fact, for BRICS Future Networks, I think I already registered, so it would be a really interesting thing, and we are happy and ready to hold an event to learn more about what will be there, what will be discussed at their CPC plenum. That's very important. And we also, with a team like you, like all of us, like all the BTTC, it's easy to look at the sky further, to dream, as you said, but it's also handy and easy to do real things, stay on the ground, doing, achieving results. So thank you for that. And we're happy to be working all together. Thank you again. And thank you. And now allow me to pass the floor on to Professor Sifumandla Zondi, South African BRICS think tank.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. And I think great gratitude is owed to you and your team for putting together a seamless but complex futuristic conference and do it so eloquently, do it so smoothly. It all went well. It all was fruitful, principally because our Russian friends played their role excellently. We learned some lessons. We are certain to build us up. Even if we get to India, Ambassador Viswanathan, under these conditions, we've learned lessons. We can still conduct this. Of course, as our friend from Brazil said at the beginning, Ivan, that we will miss vodka. This was the only thing that was missing in this meeting, which was an opportunity to have vodka. And of course, the singing and dancing that the Russians led in India when we had our academic forum there. But thank you very much. An academic forum of this nature is, of course, necessary to give us an opportunity to reflect on the road traveled in the past year and how our organization, the BRICS, has performed and how it has responded to situations, what situations have arisen in the environment, how the world has been changing and how it has been responding to them. My sense is that this conversation in all the sessions that I was able to attend was able to reflect on the challenges that have arisen and how BRICS as a body and BRICS as individual countries have responded to that. So a lot of insight have been generated to that. Secondly, it is also an opportunity to reflect on where there might be gaps indeed, where there might be opportunities not harvested yet. And I saw a lot of that. I had a lot of that. about the areas of potential interventions where BRICS could harness opportunities to position itself more strategically, not just for the sake of prestige, but because it is committed to improving the quality of life of people in the BRICS countries, as we heard from Dr. Saslov in the last session, but also for the peoples of the world, because the BRICS belongs to the BRICS members, but also increasingly the BRICS belongs to the world. Thirdly, you come to this a forum of this nature expecting and hoping that there will be ideas generated about practical ways of deepening cooperation among BRICS internally and cooperation relating to external issues. In other words, cooperation for BRICS as a BRICS of member states and cooperation as BRICS of the world. You expect all manner of solutions in that. I heard a lot in areas of health, in areas of digitization, areas of the new industrial revolution, and other people call the fourth industrial revolution, in areas of governance, of security, and a whole range of areas. We had a lot of ideas about what could be done and be done very, very productively. And lastly, a meeting of this nature, as somebody who's an academic, you hope that you will get here and harvest ideas that need to be explored further, shared with other colleagues as research areas. I got a lot of them here. I've got a list, I numbered them 22 issues that I thought we need to explore this side a little bit more. So we harvested a lot of ideas for research, which is good for the expansion and the deepening of a BRICS research agenda. So with those, we really want to appreciate again our friends from Russia for a wonderful meeting, and we come out here hopeful that a BRICS has a vision and it stays close to this vision, and that the BRICS is responding to the change and the crises that are taking place, and that the BRICS is seizing the opportunities, as we said at the beginning of this meeting. But thank you very much from the South African side. We really, really appreciate all that was done. Great hospitality again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As I said earlier, indeed, with such a team, we can overcome anything on our way, and this is what the BRICS is here for. You're very right. You, once again, as earlier, Ms. Yuhawan signaled that human and BRICS is in the center. It is people-centered approach, and this is very important that we do something for the people, not for the state. State is for the people, but that is how the people would be doing for the states, because they will understand they are doing it for themselves. And this is the key proposition of our cooperation within their Big Five union, I would put it this way. So now allow me to summarize really briefly of what we've achieved so far. As a result of this year an academic forum, we've been working on a number of documents. I will probably start with their list of indicators. This is something we've worked on with our BTTC colleagues, and each of the national coordinators consulted widely their own epistemic community, and we came up with a set of issues that where we could monitor and evaluate the progress that BRICS have achieved so far. We've divided those indicators into 3 pillars. It is in accordance with what were the Russia's priorities. So you set 3 main areas to deal with: politics and security, economy, trade and finance, and culture, humanitarian cooperation, and people-to-people contacts. So we devised indicators that would be able to show exact figures, exact progress of intra-BRICS cooperation and of BRICS contribution to the global development, to their, it was stated at the very beginning that BRICS are intending to reform the global governance, not intending for the revolution. So we would be looking at how the current order, which is based on the centrality of the United Nations, on their United Nations Charter principles, how it could be preserved but still made better in the interest for all, and how their current tendencies of unilateralism, of egoisms, national egoisms, could be overcome by joint efforts that BRICS are undertaking. So we set up a group, working group, within the BRICS Think Tank Council, which would be revising those indicators regularly on an annual basis. So we'll be looking into whether they should be added, amended, whether something is kind of becomes irrelevant. Maybe BRICS reaches progress finally and we don't need to go further. So we will look into that. And there is one thing we'd like to ask you personally, you as a MFA representative, and maybe if you could deliver this request further to our Sherpa and to our leaders, that relevant authorities like statistical agencies, relevant ministries could cooperate in good faith with expert community to provide necessary information for us to build this comprehensive picture, because we believe this would not be only kind of, it's not just an academic exercise, it's a practically important issue that would allow each of us, because we are all going to the same goal of BRICS development, of our country's development. And it will allow us to evaluate where we need to go and where we need to put extra efforts, and what is there that needs to be done with more vigor. So we really count on you with those indicators, and in our turn we are promising to do our best to provide for this comprehensive analysis to allow for further BRICS progress. Another document that, actually a set of documents that we've prepared, it was done by Russia's Expert Council, but together with really valuable assistance of our BTTC colleagues. Each of national coordinators have contributed their best to make those documents complete. This is the assessment of strategy for BRICS economic partnership till 2020. The one adopted back in during the previous Russian chairmanship in Ufa summit. We found a number of, on the one hand, yes, we noted the progress, we noted a number of institutions, programs that were created, but we also saw what are the gaps that prevent or prohibited BRICS from achieving even bigger progress, better cohesion, better coordination on economic coordination, trade coordination. A lot of it is not just purely economic. And as we all know, the strategy for BRICS economic partnership till 2020 was comprehensive. It was also taken into account human development. It was talking about education, about cultural aspects, about labor. And we hope we managed to, the analysis that we provide for would also help for the strategy 2020-2025, that is the new one that is going to be adopted at the summit, that we in a way managed to help to or contributed to evaluation of what areas should be dealt with primarily for the future, and which would help our countries become and remain leaders of the global economic development. One more document is, of course, the toolkit on women economic empowerment, where we got, once again, it's the same mode for all the documents. It's a joint endeavor. Yes, expert council was the kind of primary source and primary intellectual effort for that, but as a result, we worked together with each of our BTTC partners, and we managed to come to a more comprehensive set of cases, and which allowed us to look at different areas and see where else BRICS need to do in order to explore yet underexplored women potential. So it's also a good starting point for good practice, best practices exchange, new policies introduced. It is true that this year already, with the support of the Foreign Ministry and Ministry of Economic Development, on Russia's side, a Women Business Alliance was launched. This is a first very necessary step, but probably we should not be complacent and stop there. This is just the beginning. And we need to, just for the sake of our own economies, for the sake of our own countries and people, to continue this work on. One more document, and it was done already, even not only collectively with the BTTC, but in close coordination together with the Ministry of Economic Development, is the database of best practices for remote territories. Each of our countries have huge, vast territories, and not always the infrastructure is well developed in order to provide for equitable and similarly beneficial development for each of the territories, and thus we need to see how we could use new technologies, how we could use this digital era to help everyone be on the same page, be on the same stage. And it seems that we managed to incorporate all their governmental practices, what the corporate actors offer, what are their big NGOs offer there, that could be used as a reference point for, first of all, for our other countries, so we could look into each other's experiences, but also to see where we can probably enhance each other, just strike joint projects, joint partnerships in this regard to make the life of our peoples better. And we remember this is the primary goal of our cooperation of our countries. And of course, last but not the least, over the course of the forum, we also prepared recommendations of the 12th BRICS Academic Forum to the leaders, BRICS New Vision for a Better World. On the one hand, it was very intensive discussion. The last iteration we held yesterday night, it was really late night for our Chinese partners. It was quite late night for our Indian partners. I think Brazil was in the best position because South Africa is on the same time range for us. So Brazil was the freshest. But I think what is important, you will find a whole set of visions of proposals, or even not only requests, but even something stronger on the part of expert community towards our governments, where we see BRICS should undertake many more efforts in order to achieve their required result. And this is in the area of peace and security. This is in the area of sustainable development, be it the area of energy, agriculture, STI. The whole portion is devoted to humanitarian context. So it covered practically each and every sphere that is vital for the BRICS. Some of it is where there is already an ongoing cooperation, including on the track 1, and this is where we suggest we could contribute more, as I gave the example of energy, with our expert opinion. But there are some areas where we think that are still not there, and we believe that this could be a good starting point or new and much needed initiative to be regarded by our leaders. So we hope this will be considered with great attention, both for this year, probably, if there is still time, and with their general suggestions over the time. It's an ongoing process. We're here to stay. BRICS is here for a fish only on with the leaders level for 12 years, and definitely each of us finds primary interest in being part of the BRICS. So since we're here to stay, we will always be having this new raison d'etre for us. And obviously, as I said earlier, this is our people and the well-being of our people. And we hope that these recommendations would be contributing to this particular goal. So once we offer it to our officials, we will also be posting it on our site. I just have to ask if we could make it public immediately, or if we have to wait for. We can make it immediate. So it will be posted on their national committee site, and we would also ask our BTTC friends to have it also present on their relevant national sites. We've discussed how we would do the common one, but we still are relying on national pages, and it's another ICT issue that has to be dealt with. It's much more difficult than just to decide who will be coordinating that. So so you would be able to find it there. But for now, please allow me to officially transfer it to our Foreign Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia. This is, please consider it with great attention, and we hope we can contribute to your work with and make it easier, because I know how much you do for BRICS. Thank you. And also one copy for our Ministry of Economic Development, with the same intention. We are hoping that it would be useful for you and that we could continue working for the same cooperative manner. I know we've actually covered everything, but we need to have a response from our respected representatives. Mr. Kalugin, if I could have your word now.
Yeah, thank you, Victoria. It's been a great pleasure to be today with you and to be a part of such a distinguished event as Academic Forum, BRICS Academic Forum. I think our whole chairmanship, Russia's BRICS chairmanship 2020, is very unique because of pandemic. Somewhere in the early beginning of the chairmanship, we've had to reset it totally, to go digital. And now I see the very good results. We can work digitally through video conferences, such as today's video conference. And I think we kept the momentum, and this year our calendar is about 150 events of different kinds. So we've got more than 25 ministerial meetings. We've got expert group meetings. We've got working group meetings, and so BRICS is going further, is developing, and it's a great. We see great merit in it. So as for academic forum, it's quite symbolic that today it's 12th academic forum, and in 3 weeks there will be 12 BRICS summits. So they go hand in hand together. And I should say that we always pay great attention to the recommendations produced by a BRICS expert community. It's always a very good reading for us, for those who work for BRICS Sherpas and sous-Sherpas, the ministers of foreign affairs of our 5 countries, because this expert look, it almost always is wider of scope that we do in our day-to-day work. So it's definitely a wider outlook and for a better world, as it is written in your recommendations. So I will say that this indicator system, yeah, am I right? It's called indicator system that you've produced this year. It's also very valuable input by Academic Forum and BTTC. We've been waiting for it for a couple of years as officials, because we need to evaluate our work from outside, from the BRICS community, so expert community. So it's now there, and I'm sure it will be, this work will be done in years to come, and we will try our best to bring in our statistical bodies to provide you needed data to be incorporated in this indicator list. So to sum up, I think I would like to thank all 5 chapters of BRICS Expert Council of BTTC for their brilliant work these days. Victoria told how it was really interesting, stimulating, yeah, definitely stimulating. So looking forward to 12th BRICS Summit. It will be organized, it will be held November 17th. I'm sure you can watch it online, part of it or the whole, and it's been decided right now. So join the leaders and watch what they will say about BRICS. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Dr. Stavran.
Thank you, Victoria, and it's my honor and pleasure to congratulate you on very successful 3 days of hard work. And I would say that you've got very impressive results. And from my side, I would say that we really had a very fruitful year of cooperation with our experts, and the results which you today told us about were done in a very close cooperation with our practical governmental offices. And I remember our dialogue in July. I guess some of our distinguished experts here remember that connection. That was again the conference call when we were trying to fix out what do we really need and how to go further with the assessment of the strategy, with the toolkit for women empowerment. And I would say that we really had that very nice, fruitful, and useful discussion for us, because that was mutual pleasure, and we learned a lot from our experts, and that helped us to provide a new, renewed strategy for economic partnership 2025. And we took into account all the proposals and tried to avoid the weak sides of the previous strategy. And I would say that the main deliverable is that we will try to monitor what is happening, because this year the assessment of the previous strategy was really almost impossible task, which was done by distinguished experts and our expert council and academics, because we ourselves were not that able to deal with that, and you managed. So my congratulations, and we are looking forward to explore what is in this assessment list, although we know, because I would say again that the new strategy is based on what we have learned from the previous one, based on the recommendations of our academic circles. That's why it's very valuable, and I hope the renewed strategy will be approved by leaders and will be very useful and successful. As for the toolkit on women empowerment, it's another big deal. I would say that it's a very practical thing as far as the database of best practices on remote and rural areas. And that's another point which I want to point out, is that this practical angle of your this year activities is very useful, and we thank you and we appreciate that much, because everything which you put in your expert papers can be brought directly to our decision makers, to our governments, to our region governments. And the main thing is that we can bring this inclusivity and sustainable development to our people in the very far parts of our countries. As Victoria already said, we have very vast territories. And yes, we have a lot to tell each other and to exchange those best practices. So I guess that both documents which you provided will be very useful. As for indicators and indicator system, again, the monitoring of our BRICS activities in different dimensions is vitally important for us. So I wish you all success and to continue this job on regular basis. Thank you for recommendations. They will be explored. And I would say that we will try, we have a task from you as governmental officials, and we will try to do our best to bring your recommendations to realize them, yes? And you know, yesterday when we had our press conference, we were asked how much of the experts and academics' recommendations are being tabled to the leaders and to the decision makers. And my answer in that case was that I hope that almost 100% of decisions made by governors and officials are based on expertise and academics research. So these connections, that mutual interest and mutual practical outcomes are the main and the most important thing for us, as far as I guess for our distinguished participants from academia. So let me again thank all of you for your active work. Let me congratulate Victoria and Russian part for very successful presidency. And let's go further, as you ordered us, to develop people-centered, sustainable and inclusive world around us in BRICS. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's indeed also in order for us to continue further, not to keep the pace with what we've we've been doing, and we will do our best to be, as I said at one point, useful, because it's the worst thing is to be useless, right? So as soon as we could be of help to each other and for their for the common cause, that's what makes the world go round, and we're happy for that. So now allow me to come closer to conclusion. Unfortunately, we have to conclude, and allow me now to say how much we appreciate, and special thanks to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for all your help, for all your continuous work and attention, personally to Minister Lavrov, personally to Deputy Minister Sherpa Ryabkov, Mr. Knyazev, and you personally, because we always felt this hand that was holding us and was helping us with in this weather, in the stormy weather, and it's much easier to work this way, and you feel there is a reason. So thanks again. Special thanks to the Ministry of Economic Development and to Natalia Stepran in particular, who is in her feminine hands, but at the same time very strong hands, is holding all their international issues and all the BRICS issues. And I think under your guidance and leadership, it's possible, everything is possible, in fact, in BRICS. And I'm quite sure we will foster all their initiatives that are for the common good with your help. And we would be there as well to do everything that you need of us, so that your work is also easier, and that you manage to achieve what you set as a goal. Our very special thanks to all the BRICS Think Tank Council national coordinators, especially Dr. Ivana Oliveira, Ambassador Vishwanathan, Ms. Yuhua Huang, and Professor Sifamandla Zondi. It's always a great pleasure. With some of you, we're working for already a long time. We've managed to strike a really good friendship, and it helps, I think, in all their areas of both professional and human activities, and we hope to stay on the same path on. And while we have some new members, we are sure that we'll have a continuity and friendship. This was something that will allow us to continue further. Special thanks to our participants of the academic forum, the Russian ones who were brave enough to come in person and be here with us, speak here, give their brilliant ideas. We really appreciate that. You made the forum really kind of a precious stone. And in this pandemic times, it's, as Ambassador Vishwanathan said, it's a hybrid format. So this is probably one time in the past years when we hear the hybrid word in a positive connotation, and let us have this positive connotation only for this word. And so thank you again. A special thanks also to all their participants who joined us online. We also count on you, and we hope that their deliberations of the forum were of interest. Absolutely nothing could have been done without the Russian team that was doing it. Valeria, Ksenia, Margot, Ramon, who is not here, Svetlana, it's a real pleasure to work with you. We couldn't have done anything if you didn't put all your efforts, or your days and nights. Over the past week, I think we didn't have much time to sleep, but that's, I think that was worth it. So a special thank you. Our real appreciation to Roscongress, who provided for all the wonderful arrangements and technical arrangements. And we have those not only beautiful pictures, but not having to worry about everything. We could concentrate on substance, and this is a real help. Thank you, Anfisa, to you personally as well, and to all your team. And of course, our wonderful photographers for beautiful pictures. It's not always the case. Even professional photographers don't usually, not always do their nice ones. And our great interpreters for being here with us all the time and being invisible, but still extremely helpful and providing for the forum to be public and publicized and understood by everyone. Thank you so much. So thank you once again, and I'm looking forward to further opportunities for us to meet, preferably not that much in hybrid formats, but in person. And stay safe, stay healthy, and just enjoy your life. I think enjoying would help us overcome difficult times. And we're here for you always. Thank you so much. Goodbye.